Dr. Vinil Reddy Abdullah, has been traveling to New Delhi for past many years to attend CSR Now. And he has understood that the people, the NGOs and the corporates from South India who were in real need of help were finding it difficult sometimes and challenging to go to CSR Now at New Delhi, and he decided to do it at the South India level, and that is why today we are all here at the South India CSR Summit 2025. Let's clap for the licensee for his initiative. To tell you more, I welcome Ms. Aishwarya Alichalla, the Program Manager, and Raga Samanvita Burra, the Public Relations Head, to deliver the welcome address.
With great power comes great responsibility to the society, to the environment, and to the future generations. Good morning, esteemed guests, dignitaries, and our valued attendees. We are on behalf of CSR Now team. I am Raga Samanvita Burra.
And I am Aishwarya Alichalla, and we are honored to welcome all of you to this prestigious gathering, the CSR Summit 2025. This platform is dedicated to bridging the gap between corporate initiatives and social impactful organizations. At CSR Now, we bring together corporate leaders, innovators, and changemakers all under one roof, united by a shared mission, igniting spark for a social impactful change.
We are to spark igniteful discussions and inspire actionable solutions and strengthen our collective efforts towards a social responsible world. With that, I officially declare the CSR Summit open. Let's make this summit a resounding success. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
So as known to the world, India is well known for its culture, heritage, and tradition. And it has been a habit and a tradition in India to start any big event with a cultural performance. And here I invite Ms. Manju Mohini for a classical performance to inaugurate this event. Let's welcome Manju Mohini.
वाचिकं सर्ववाङ्मयम् आकार्यं चंद्र तारा चंद्र तारा तारादि तम तम मन्ने सात्विको शिवो गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णुः गुरुदेवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परं ब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः नमः
The corporate, sorry again for that. Employee engagement can be done, and the technology which we cannot say no to it, that is artificial served children. Yeah, AI-powered diagnostics have come into the picture where, just take a picture and then it tells you everything. It's almost closed, not very close, but at the same time, it gives us enough data for us to do teledentistry in future. Now, what CSR can do? They can partner, fund these health initiatives, get us, kind of AI and technology into our fold and make sure that we reach more numbers in limited time. Like I said, there can be a different pathways for involvement of CSRs, which we have. Financial investment, AI-powered, we have mobile dental clinics. At the end of the day, we looking at teledentistry is a possibility in future. And already some companies have helped us in getting us, reach them to come forward and then help and have a healthy smile at the end of the day. And good nutrition is always comes with healthy smile. If you have good set of teeth, they eat well, the nutrition improves. Then they don't miss school. Very simple, everything is connected. So AI-driven diagnostics also can be deployed. Deployed in a is done according to us, and we can do a lot. CSR-driven initiatives can automatically make sure that they bridge this gap and help us increase our scalability or bandwidth, which we call. And our goal is to reduce the oral health issues in South India, especially probably 60%, which is at that number, try and get it down to whatever best we can with the help from CSRs. And obviously, if we work together, there'll be a lot of improvement. And like I say, a smile is one which is very important, and a smile requires a lot of muscle coordination. So I keep telling these children, you smile, you are supposed to, and you have this right to smile. Thank you, CSR Summit, for giving me this opportunity, and thank you one and all. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, that was a true call for action, and we never knew that oral health had such a scope in the future. Next, we have someone who has got 15 years of professional experience in contracts management in various industries. Recently, he has expanded his focus into entrepreneurship by founding Sharvitech Private Limited, a company dedicated to anti-theft mobile technology. Currently, their product is operating in 5 countries: India, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, and Bangladesh. So let's all together put our hands in welcoming Mr. Venkat Reddy N onto the stage of CSR Summit.
Hello everyone. Who we are. Basically, I'm an NRI from Qatar, one of the country in the Middle East, and why I am here. Qatar has given me a good success and stability, but in my opinion, the success is not only about success of yourself, it has to come back to your soil, and you should be able to give it back to your society. Probably I'm at a very nascent level of my career, but I would like to give it back to the society. So why I am here today? Every day in, day out, we hear about the tragedy faced by many of the women, our daughters, our mothers, or any vulnerable people, individual, including in our family. Are we really going to do anything for that, or I can do anything for that? Probably yes. Are you really preparing for every time that we are going to take out the candlelight marches every time one of the tragedy happened to one of our sister, one of our daughter? Are we really doing for that, or are you really preparing for the future and relying upon that? No, in my opinion, it should not be. So that's why we are here. Basically, I am from Qatar, but still, I want to give it back to my society. So I have developed a company called, or application, I would rather say that it's an application called Anti-Theft Mobile Application, which we are trying to bank it on a female security, particularly on a female security, and how it is related to the digital social security for the CSR. CSR is not only, social security is not, or theft is not only for a personal equipment or personal people. It's about the digital security. I'm sorry for this. Yeah. Nowadays, people, we are moving for the digital security. So what we have done is that we have maintained a prepared application. Whenever there is a distress call, whenever somebody is in distress, just imagine the time is of essence at that time. Just imagine one of our daughter is in a distress call, And as we speak now, I have already clicked 5 times within 5 seconds or 2 seconds in my mobile. And my near and dear ones are already aware that my daughter or my sister is in a distress call and they will be activated. And a live location will be shared to them. And this can be tracked at any time all through while. That is not the only thing. I'm just talking about only one example. We have 25 features rounded out here. This is one of the major features I'm talking about. Second thing, in case you have lost your phone,
So back in days, we used simple interface to connect with your friends and families. But later, the technology advancements, now everything we get in our palm in the name of smartphone.
Mic up.
Typically, which gives access to everything, whatever that we need. Today, when we wake up, we don't even look at our spouse. We start looking, where is our smartphone? And it's become a necessary gadget in our life day to day, right from your day start till you go to bed. There is a recent study from Nielsen India, which clearly shows that a 50% decline of elder, they were not using a smartphone. Are they not willing to use smartphone, or are they lack of awareness or training? So what are the challenges they do have? Let's take a closer look on the challenges. Okay. Predominantly, all the application that has been developed in the English languages and complex interfaces, which makes them difficult to use, and lack of local content and as well as regional languages. On a day-to-day basis, we also face a lot of difficulties in terms of memorizing passwords. Okay. Your Outlook, UPI PIN number, net banking, so many. Look at our age. Even we face a lot of difficulties. If you consider senior citizenship, how difficult it will be for them. In our organization, we use a single sign-on application which provide access to multiple applications by memorizing single password.
Request him to be here.
If we can develop a similar sort of interface for them, it will be very easy for them and convenient to use a smartphone on a regular basis. Okay. And in the digital era, we moved a lot of UPI transactions. But however, if you go to rural area, we see still a lot of them doing the cash transaction. Okay. And also, every day, we see a lot of financial scams that happen. And most of the victims were well educated. So, look at the senior citizens. It will be very easy for scamster and fraudster to cheat them. So, how do we address these challenges? Can we have a better plan to address these challenges? Of course, we can. We can make a lot of things. On a daily basis, we get so many calls. Even though we block so many numbers, we still get a call from banks and institutions selling their products, home loan, credit card, personal loan, insurance. But banks can set up a dedicated team who can primarily focus on the rural area, go to villages, educate the senior citizen how to use this financial application safest way, how to protect their data, which is being thought. Bank can take that initiatives to address these challenges. And also you can tie up with college students where they can primarily go to rural villages and educate all the senior citizens how to use this smartphone, like the basic necessary step, like installing an applications, make a video call, and stuff like that. And there are many startups, they can start focusing on developing application on the localized content in their regional language, which make them user-friendly and start using the smartphone on a regular basis. And out of it, what kind of benefit you will get? Definitely the most considered point, they become a self-confident. They become self-dependent and it boosts their self-confidence. And one of the important factor is healthcare. Today we have so many apps that actually do video consultation with the doctor. And there is a necessity for senior citizens to take care of it. If they know how to make a virtual consultations, we can address so many issues which is necessary for them. We may not address most of the issues, but we can address the necessary and important healthcare issues for them. And a lot of youngsters started moving towards city for their career and leaving their parents alone, which makes them worried. At least if they know how to use a smartphone, making a towards this. Most of our associates reach out to us, and most of the CSR activities which need a field work. So there are a few associates reached out to us, how can we contribute towards this kind of initiatives? That's when we launched a program called eVidyaloka, where we set up a dedicated virtual session for government school children. And the virtual classroom located right in our office premises. So we see that a lot of associates interested and coming to this class and taking classes to them, artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, and multiple. So we did see the positive impact, like there are multiple families started using smartphones. And apart from that, we do tie up with few more NGOs, few more organizations where we primarily focus on eradicating child labor and promoting girl children education. Which camp in 2008 in Chandrayangutta and girl children education. Primarily we keep them for 1 year, basically bridging the gap. And then we put them in a regular school and institutions where we monitor their progress. And then we tie up with Mahila Dakshita Samiti where they provide higher educations, which includes inter as well as graduations too, and BSc nursing. There are more than 1,000 plus students who benefited through this various program through MVF and Mahila Dakshiti, and quite a few Broadridge provided opportunity for them as a trainee, full-time employees and interns too, and today they are working with us. Full-time employees and interns too, and today they are working with us. As a MNC, if we can start working towards multiple NGOs, schools, colleges and banks institutions, we can make a better future for our senior citizens. Thank you.
The next speaker, being the founder of Nirman organization, he is harnessing the power of volunteering and social entrepreneurship to drive sustainable impact. His initiatives focus on youth empowerment, skill development, and education, fostering a culture of civic engagement and community-driven change. Let us welcome Mr. Mayur Patnala onto the stage of CSR Summit.
For all the people who know us at our organization, you know about this, but for the people who have been for the first time, which I'm able to speak to, with a determination to make this world a better place, and also with a determination to achieve and contribute to developed India, let's do a Chak Day, right fist full, and we do Chak Day together, yeah? 3 times, on a count of 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1, Chak Day! Together, 3, 2, 1, Chak Day! One last time. 3, 2, 1. There we are. So, the power of volunteering, very, very favorite subject. Basically, in the year of 2005, for the people who are hearing about Nirman's story for the first time, it's all about volunteering turned full time. So, in the year of 2005, it is when we have, with the inspiration of Abdul Kalam, we started with teaching 1 hour per day for the nation and saving 1 rupee per day for the nation. And we started teaching 25 kids, rickshawalas and mesbayas. One girl child dropped out of education. We went in search of her in the campus of BITS Pilani, and only to realize that the child dropped out of school. Not only the evening school, but also education, because she has to go to daily wage along with the mother. And of course, it's because of father meeting with an accident. That's our first phase of, extreme poverty. We never knew what is extreme poverty, but we have determined ourselves that we will do whatever it takes so that no child will drop out of education. And from that stage, we have been definitely contributing with lot of volunteers. We are 650 full-timers now, and lot of 10,000 plus volunteers. We work with lot of corporates, and here I am presenting the central idea on how, as a corporate professional or as a a non-profit leader or a social impact leader, that is CSR leader, if as a non-profit, if we are able to find out a real social problem on the ground, and if we are able to do real need assessment and come up with a solution, how we can co-create very interesting and highly impactful, sustainable and scalable solutions with 3 stories. So one is of course about the government schools. So when we have come here to the campus of Hyderabad, to the city of Hyderabad, we have just started with trying to impact with the government schools. We started working with one government school at a time, and there are few government schools with whom we could see success with volunteering, and naturally the corporates which are there around, including Wells Fargo, Synchrony and various corporates, have come forward to help us to create that model school. In a school, from 300 enrollments, we are able to bring up to 1200 enrollments, 18% pass percentage to 84% pass percentage. And of course, lot of schools are doing well in terms of, the children are doing well in holistic education as well. In addition, after 10th grade, with the help of lot of corporate professionals, we are able to take these children from all the way after 10th grade to the graduation and standing on their own feet. It's a concept called EEG, Educate, Employ and Give Back. So there are children who did exemplarily well in terms of education, either in terms of, one of the child getting into medicine. Shweta, she is now into medicine and she is pursuing her master's in oncology as well. The right on the top, she is there. And we supported her through a Career Sati program throughout her education. And now she is again giving back as a mentor and a donor. If you see the other children as well, on the top, one is into Cognizant, one is into Nirman herself, Banu, and Sirisha into social sciences. So even if you see Chikita Rao, who is into playing national level archery, or in terms of Trisha, who played under-19 World Cup winning team and became player of the tournament as well in the recent time. So this is the first story where we really understood along with volunteering, if we are able to create the problem and work with the corporate CSR, definitely we will be able to create social impact, a sustainable social impact. And the second story, which is this very land of Hyderabad, where we have seen and witnessed that how corporates and non-profits and corporate professionals like you and me can actually create an impact, is during COVID, right? So it is during COVID wherein we started doing the real need assessment by going to the TIMS government hospital, and we have understood that ICUs, lack of ICUs is there. We started studying those ICUs, and we created a project out of it, and we presented it to various corporates. And happy to share, within 3 weeks of time, with Qualcomm, Cognizant, Wells Fargo, Microsoft, and Franklin Templeton, the 5 floors were fully established with ICUs. And then also, we extended this to Hyderabad, many such large hospitals like Nilofer, etc. And on the third stage, we also expanded this impact to rural, into district hospitals. So all that was done, and 2,000 plus ICUs are set up in 120 government hospitals. It's all because of the power of volunteering and being able to have good full-timers who are going onto the ground and, you know, curate the projects for it, and then co-creating along with the various CSRs and philanthropists to make this happen. The third and last story that I would like to present is about the employability issue. The employability issue is a major problem, as you know, in any government schools, rural and tribal areas. And with this problem, we have started skill development initiative. So impact hiring and skill development initiative, we are able to set up large-scale impact hiring and skill development centers across the country with the help of corporates like Infosys, Qualcomm, F5, and different organizations. And we are able to do that, not only train them, but also job place them as well. Recently, we also announced that along with Nirman.org being CSR and ESG partner for the corporates, we also positioned ourselves as talent partner for large corporations. Especially Infosys Foundation has been supporting us in this entire impact hiring. So, yeah, definitely we started as a non-profit before the CSR Act has come. But gradually, as the things went, CSR Act has come, it has got matured. With the help of CSR, different corporates, and also a lot of volunteers who are corporate professionals, with collaboration with other non-profits, definitely we can contribute significantly to developed India. Last but not the least, I would like to leave out this thought that from Hyderabad, this very South India, we have started this call for action for entire India, that India Inc. can definitely concentrate on rural and tribal areas. So either we are a CSR, or we are a non-profit, or we are a corporate professional, or a student. It's important to go and start developing tribal villages especially. So we have impacted 36 such tribal villages, and we give this on the forum, in this forum as well, a call for action that all of us can partially put our social impact not only in cities, but also in rural and tribal India. That's where our India lives. We have only one passion, the rise of a great nation. Thank you, and let's do a chakdeng on a count of 3, 2, 1.
Our next speaker on the stage of CSR Summit is a former IAS officer with extensive experience in governance. He is a key advocate for policy-driven CSR. His expertise ensures that corporate efforts align with national priorities to maximize social impact and sustainable development. Let's all put our hands together in welcoming Sri Tejawat Ramachandra IAS. Good
morning, friends. You have heard a couple of our friends of their excellent experiences. Here we have gathered both corporates, the corporate executives and NGOs, the facilitators. From my experience, I would like to put across to you that society across the globe, not only in this southern part of India or the whole India, requires some additional little inputs. It could be in terms of software, resources, materials, or money. It's innate in every human being. Why one human being? Every creature to help one another. Whether it could be cooperate to common person in the village, or somebody walking on the road and somebody suddenly meet with an accident and taken to the hospital. It's innate in each one of us to help others. And this is what this today's summit is going to bring all the three players together: the corporates who have resources, the corporate executives who manage both the corporate, their kitty, and NGOs, and NGOs. My appeal to all of you is that this we look at not only the corporates funding, both for the NGOs, my appeal to them is, government also has a lot of schemes and programs, multifarious. It could be in terms of education, housing, environmental management, drinking water, and the like. What we have, I think, a couple of friends whom I could hear, is that in this line you are doing it is a very good, and a human service you are extending. Now, the corporates, my appeal to them is that yes, not necessarily what you are doing only after it has become part of the act. Some people in spending money somewhere else where the minister or some local MP says no. The basic purpose of this is bring in the life, economic and social life of those people, where they can also match with your employees and others. Or if somebody is manufacturing an alumina factory, now a lot of environmental damage will be doing, both in the mining and otherwise. Just see how best you can help the local people. There you may get an NGOs to work for that, or your own organization can do it. So the trusteeship I would like to appeal on to you, the corporates. The executives which are in between the corporates and the NGOs and the people is that it is a challenge for you. Demand must be much more than the resources you have. In such cases, what you can do is, go out of your boundary walls of your area and pick up some of the schemes of the government. Government has schemes in all the things which our friends have spoken. It could be education, it could be health, it could be in environmental management and safety and things like that. Pick up those funds. Channelize in the better ways. Then NGOs also don't only depend on the corporate funding. There are a lot of government funding is available to you. It all depends upon how best you can make use of them and appropriately channelize. It's an education is there. There are a lot of schemes and programs. Only tragedy is that even today, after 75 years of 77 years of independence, 78 years, we are still talking of what sort of education policy we should have. Help them there. Help the government, help the people into that, those who are in the educational sector. And I appeal to all of you, the day-long sessions, please come up with some suggestions and solutions. Maybe you can give to the corporates and also to the government. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and friends for listening patiently for 5 minutes for me. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. And now, as I have told in the very opening of this inaugural session, this is a stage where we will have the keynotes, speakers, exhibits, and also some of the awards which are very essential to recognize and to felicitate. And now we have the award ceremony, the first part of the award ceremony, as we have 4 different sessions of awards to be given in the day. And we have categorized them based on their achievements under various categories. I request Tejavat sir to be with us here and to give away the awards to the award winners. So the first award which is being given away on this CSR Summit South India is in the category of Disability Support Initiative CSR. And the award winner is the Clinical Director of Helen Keller's Institute for Disabled Children, founded by his father, Professor Patan Umar Khan. The institute provides free education and training for 1,000 plus speech and hearing impaired students in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. So let us welcome the award winner, Mr. Patan Samiullah Khan, onto the stage to receive the award. Congratulations, Samiullah. And now the next category is the Women's Empowerment Initiative NGO. And the award winner is a dedicated social entrepreneur and special educator and has spent over 3 decades empowering individuals with intellectual disabilities. As a founder and director of Sadhana Institute, she provides day and residential services, creating a nurturing environment for their growth. So let's congratulate the award winner, Mrs. Sureka Reddy. Congratulations, ma'am. And the next award category is Inclusive and Diversity Award for Supporting Disabled Children. And the award winner is recognized for his dedication and inclusivity and diversity, making a significant impact in supporting disabled children through education and empowerment. It is from the Devulapalli Madanachari. I request the award winner to kindly come onto the stage. It's Mr. Devulapalli Madanachari. Congratulations, sir, for being recognized on this occasion. Congratulations, sir. And the next category is the Initiative of the Year NGO. And this goes to Alumni Trust for Service in a non-profit founded in the year 2014 by alumni of a college. With zero overhead costs, it focuses on education, empowerment, and sustainability, transforming lives through digital classrooms, scholarships, and skill development. Supported by the award goes to Kakinada Engineering Alumni Trust and supported by Keats USA and corporate partners like Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. It also leads women empowerment, job placements, and community welfare initiatives. I welcome onto the stage the representative from the Keats, the Kakinada Engineering Alumni Trust for Service. Congratulations, sir. And the next award is in the category of the foundation was started in the year 2007. It is a nationwide volunteering movement that inspires youth for serve the community. Rooted in the Bharatiya values of Runa and Yajna, YFS believes that the true success comes from collective efforts. So this award goes to Youth for Seva in the category Employee Volunteering Program NGO. So YFS facilitates organized volunteering in four key areas: health, environment, livelihood, and education, fostering a culture of service for a better tomorrow. And the next award is in the category of Young Changemaker CSR. A development professional with 13 plus years of experience and holding a postgraduate degree in rural development and governance from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Hyderabad. And as a founder of Yuvata, he works with non-profits supporting youth and children, fostering problem solving and design thinking. With experience across corporates, government, and non-profits, he understands urban and rural communities deeply. An alum of ISB's Emerging Leadership Program, he is building a professional fundraising network at ILSS, passionate about civic engagement and non-profit collaboration. And the award winner is Mr. Saket Kotamasu. Let's put our hands together in welcoming the award winner in the Young Changemaker CSR category. And the next award category is Sustainable Livelihoods Initiative NGO. And this goes to an organization which was established in the year 2012 and is inspired by Swami Vivekananda's vision of self-reliance and strong moral values. With the belief that strength is life and weakness is death, VIHE has connected with over 50,000 youth, training 15,000 individuals in vocational skills for self-sufficiency. In times of need, it has served communities living the ideal. They alone live who lives for others. Today, VIHE continues its mission through 3 campuses in Khammam town in collaboration with various organizations worldwide, and the award goes to Mr. Devaki Vasudevarao on behalf of the VIHE. So if someone is here on behalf of VIHE, they can come onto the stage and receive the award. Okay, let's move on to the next award. It is the Impactful Project CSR. Sorry, we have the Best Social Impact of Filmmaking Award, and this goes to Shadow Puppets, which has been recognized for its powerful storytelling and social impact through filmmaking. Its work sheds light on important social issues, inspiring change and awareness through the art of cinema. So let's congratulate the team Shadow Puppets. There is no 9. They came in there. So the next award is in the category of Rural Development Initiative NGO, and the organization was founded in the year 2017 as a voluntary organization dedicated to environmental conservation, education and social welfare. Through cleanliness drives, tree plantations, plastic-free campaigns and community initiatives, they strive to create a greener and more equitable society. Their efforts include digital libraries, student programs and support for differently abled, inspiring youth to drive meaningful change. And the award winner is Nature Icon Youth. Let's welcome the Nature Icon Youth team onto the stage for receiving the award under Rural Development Initiative NGO. And the next category is the Impactful Project CSR. It is a society which is a non-profit organization committed to sustainable rural development, education for underprivileged children and tribal upliftment. Currently caring for 35 children in its Hyderabad orphanage, it drives impactful CSR initiatives like solar street lighting, solar cookers and lift irrigation systems, improving safety, health and agricultural productivity. Additionally, the NGO supports government schools by setting up computer labs, libraries and providing essential supplies, fostering better learning opportunities for children. And the award goes to Ashri Society in the category of Impactful Project CSR. The Ashri Society. Let's clap for them, and I request any representative from the society to come onto the stage to receive the award. So the next, is there someone here? So, okay. So next category is the CSR in Agriculture Award. And the award goes to an individual, a former software professional from Pebber, Telangana, left his corporate career in 2013 to promote natural farming. Concerned about the impact of chemical agriculture, he now works with Grama Bharati NFPCL and Advita MFPCL to empower farmers through training, marketing linkages and agri-processing. His mission is restore soil health, promote chemical-free food and build a sustainable future for farmers and society. And the individual is none other than Praveen Kumar Reddy in the category of CSR in agriculture. The next award is in the category of Telehealth Innovation Award, and the winner has expanded its virtual health centers from 50 to 91 post-pandemic alongside 8 clinics and 200 plus community health workers supported by 50 plus volunteer health aides. These initiatives in collaboration with government health programs enhance healthcare access for underprivileged communities. A key focus in managing chronic diseases like diabetes and hypertension. And the organization workers operate in rural areas and slums, working alongside ASHA and village health workers to provide health education, primary care, e-health services, and advocacy for women and children. And the award goes to the OIMF Telehealth. I request the representatives from the OMIF to come onto the stage. OMIF Telehealth, and the award is in the category of Telehealth Innovation Award. And the next category of the award is the Child Rights Awareness category. And the individual who is winning this award is dedicated to raising awareness about child rights, working tirelessly to protect vulnerable children. Through his efforts, he has empowered communities with education and resources to ensure a safer and brighter future for the children. And the award winner is Mr. K. Nimaya. And the category is Child Rights Awareness. Yeah, there he is walking down the stairs. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. And the next category of award is Excellence in Promoting Women Empowerment. And the winners were established in the year 2000, focusing on community development through health, education, skills training, and women empowerment. It works with child welfare committees to support at-risk women and children with shelter, education, and employment. OMIF Efforts offers SETWIN certified vocational training and runs a paramedical vocational college for 200 young women annually. It also operates a recognized child care home in Medchal, Telangana, providing a safe space for vulnerable girls. So the award goes to OMIF Women Empowerment Wing for the excellence in promoting women empowerment. Awards are done. Inder Mahendra Gudur anta. So we thank you, sir, for giving away the awards. And with this, we are ending the award session and we'll go ahead with the further speakers with us. Thank you once again, sir, for being on the stage with us. Just bear with us for 2 minutes as we invite the next speaker onto the stage. So now we are all set for the second list of speakers with us. The next speaker is a passionate advocate for rural education, and he is transforming learning experiences through virtual reality technology. His innovative approach in making education more accessible and engaging the underprivileged students, bridging the digital divide, and shaping a brighter future for the rural communities. Let's welcome onto the stage of CSR Summit, Mr. Mahendra Gudur.
Good morning, change seekers and change makers. Yeah, all wonderful speakers before me could memorize all their speech. I would make an exception to use some of the notes from my paper. But, so this is my project I'm championing with Science Lab on Wheels. See, each of you is here because you have identified a problem and determined to bring about meaningful change. At the Telangana Development Forum, the issue that deeply concerns us is the high dropout rate in public schools, the government schools, particularly in rural areas. Today, the statistics paint a stark picture. Let me use my slide. Okay. Yeah. So if you see, today, out of 10 students enrolled into government schools, 2 drop out by the 10th grade. Four more do not complete intermediate education. And of the remaining 4 who pursue an undergraduate degree, only 1 manages to build a successful career. This means that 9 out of 10 children who are unable to secure a career path end up low-income jobs, such as drivers or laborers. While we take pride of our nation's youthful population, like 140 crore and many in the world's best youth population? Are we truly providing them with the education needed to maximize their potential? What are we getting? This is what we are seeing today. Out of 10 students, one student able to get a successful career and contributing to the nation's economy. But what 9 of them doing? Probably we are not using our resources smartly. Probably it's a time to invest in our future. That is our youth. So when we analyze the root cause, it's clear that the problem isn't lack of intelligence or potential. Instead, the current education system might not be engaging, motivating, or fostering the curiosity and confidence needed for students to thrive, isn't it? Having lived abroad for several decades, many of us at Telangana Development Forum noticed a key difference. In countries like the USA, the education system emphasizes playful learning and hands-on experiences like that. That's exactly what inspired the Science Lab on Wheels project. The goal of this project is simple yet powerful: to bridge the learning gap in rural schools of Telangana by introducing practical, experiential learning. We want students to grasp fundamental concepts and acquire skills needed to build successful careers. Through extensive brainstorming, we decided not to just provide practical learning opportunities, but also to add an element of fun through virtual reality. VR transforms learning into an immersive experience, making education not just informative, but also enjoyable. Now let me give you a quick overview of how this program works. This 1-minute video, let me play it. Okay. Yeah, I'll take help from the team to play the video. Team from admin, help play the video. Excuse me? We need to help clicking that. Okay, we'll play it later for you. Probably I'll explain in words. So what happens in that video, what we would like to show is how this van equipped with the van equipped with the science and mathematics practical tools, a projector, a laptop, a 10 VR headsets travels to different schools every day from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. So each mandal with an average of 10 to 12 high schools is supported by one van, 2 qualified instructors. Those are MSc B.Ed, BSc B.Ed. These instructors, who are science graduates, assist teachers in conducting experiments and utilize VR headsets to provide a 360-degree learning experience. During this lab day in that particular school, the student not only get to do practicals on the topics they are learning in the school, but also get to experience topics in VR that were left for imagination so far. Now the students can understand well how their heart function, how their digestive system works inside, and even they can travel through the solar system virtually. Key objectives of this project are: provide rural school students in grades 6 to 10 with a practical, hands-on science and math experiences. This also supports teachers in conducting experiments and reinforcing curriculum topics by giving right tools for them. Reduce the urban-rural education gap in science learning outcomes is the another key objective. The other key objective I insist is it inspire and empower the next generation of scientists and innovators in rural Telangana. Gentlemen, this also meets the sustainability development goals, being the SDG goal number 4, that is sustainability development goal, ensure inclusive, equitable, and quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities. So far, we have partnered with Photon VR, a company, Gujarat-based startup, which makes virtual reality content for the school system. And so far, we have trained all science teachers from 160 schools in Yadadri districts and provided VR experiences to over 4,000 students. And mind you, we only kick-started in November, and we already trained 22 schools, 4,000 students from 22 schools got benefited, and the aim is to expand it to all over the state. So additionally, the initiative is not as expensive. See, these are some images what you could see. In this image, as you see, the teachers being trained, training the trainers, right? So after seeing these experiences, they kind of said that this would revolutionize the entire education system. Think about a student from a rural high school looking at his internals of the body like that what you are seeing on the screen. The kind of curiosity that generates, the kind of motivation the student gets, the kind of dreams he starts dreaming, right? So that's the motivation of this project that can make huge difference. So this is one of the slides, the teachers being trained. This is another slide in the background. You can see the solar system, the sun, and then other planets roaming around. And this is in one of the school in Bibinagar Mandal, which is in Yadadri district, the teachers and the students experiencing one of the video. So you might think this is expensive. No, it is not. The initiative is not as expensive as one you might think. The project's fixed cost in the first year is only 14 lakhs rupees, which includes mobile van, projector, laptop, and the virtual reality headsets. And to run this, and the running cost is like a 14 lakhs per year. So for example, to kickstart this project in any given mandal, it takes 28 lakhs rupees for the first year and 14 lakh rupees in the following years. With around 1,500 students per mandal benefiting from this program, the cost per student is roughly 933 rupees, which is like $11. For $11, you can give best STEM education in the world to a rural student all year long. That's the essence of the program. So our vision is ambitious, but achievable. According to UDICE Plus data, there are about 14 lakh students in grades 6 to 10 in government schools across Telangana. We aim to implement this project in all mandals by 2030, potentially benefiting over 1 million students, that is 10 lakh students, reaching 75% of the target schools. Gentlemen, the impact of this initiative could be transformative. Dropout rates would decrease, enabling more students to build successful careers. Trust in government school education would grow, leading to increased enrollment. The financial burden of private school fees on lower income families could be significantly reduced. The project would offer better education access to girls, many of whom are currently enrolled government schools while their siblings attend private institutions. You might have seen this disparity in a household. If a middle-class family have one boy, one girl, the girl is being sent to the government school, And by taking debt or what, the family deciding sending the boy to the private schools. Look at the trauma, what kind of trauma that girl child will go through. Her brother puts a tie, puts shoes, and neatly takes the private bus and goes to the school and comes back, and she has to drag her back to the government school adjacent. Why she has to go through that trauma? Is it not the mental trauma? I don't know why nobody cares about it. What kind of confidence that girl child will build with? How do we expect that particular human resource of valuable resource of our country can grow confidently and become a useful resource? That's where this project will help contributing significantly. It empowers the government schools so that even private school going boys also come back to the government schools and actually study with their sisters and make actually government school system really usable and useful. So by equipping students with essential knowledge and skills, the project converts subsidy takers into taxpayers, fostering self-reliance and economic growth. Let me show that slide quickly. I'm not sure how. Okay, the slide I wanted to show was 9 people is capable of making career path and able to pay the taxes to the government, and only 1 or 2% are actually taking the subsidies. That's our dream, and we will make that dream realize. So, gentlemen, in conclusion, the Science Lab on Wheels project is not just about education, it's about changing lives. It's about giving every child, regardless of their background, the opportunity to dream big and achieve those dreams. I invite each of you to join us on the journey and make a lasting impact on the future of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for showcasing that great initiative, the Science Lab on Wheels. The next speaker on this stage of CSR Summit is someone special to this stage. He is an Indian activist, professor, and a politician. He founded the political party Telangana Jana Samhiti in the year 2018. He was also the chairman of Telangana Joint Action Committee, which was formed with the goal of achieving a separate Telangana state. He retired as a professor of political science from Osmania University and has been nominated as a member of Legislative Council for Telangana Legislative Council under Governor's quota in the year 2024. And he is working towards reforming education, and he is now the voice of every person who needs support in enhancing education. Let us all together put our hands in welcoming Professor Kodandaram Muddasani Kodandaram Reddy Garu to onto the stage.
Good afternoon. I have a few doubts. Share them with you so that I can find the solutions. The other day we had a long discussion on education. Many members shared their own understanding about the present situation in the education department, particularly the situation in the schools, government schools. Everyone is worried about the declining standards. Members were equally concerned about the declining strength. The strength in the government schools is very rapidly decreasing. What can be done in this particular context is the question that everyone expressed. The other day we shared this anxiety with the Chief Minister, and urged him that we should have a special session of the council to discuss only this issue. He agreed to share some time with all of us so that we can have a thorough discussion on the education system. I have some ideas of my own, but what I am more interested is to find out how best we can improve the education system. I have been talking to various NGO groups who came here and who made presentations. They gave me some ideas. So I have a request to make. If you have any suggestions in the next 3-4 days, kindly send them to me. And we will definitely share this with the other members in the council. We can also share them with the Chief Minister. I just asked a friend when we reached here, I asked him what best can be done. Should we have to close the schools having low strength, or maybe we can do something to increase the strength? So he gave me some suggestions, some ideas. Everyone can think in terms of, improving the existing government schools. They have excellent facilities, infrastructure most of them have, that can be improved further. Government is willing to mobilize funds in order to increase the infrastructure. So my idea is that we all should do something to improve the education, quality of the education. So that's why I am here. As a university teacher, I know what can be done at the degree level. At the degree level, we tried a number of things. For example, we insisted that we should be given greater freedom to design the syllabus. They agreed. We also reorganized the combinations, and students were motivated to prepare assignments, do book reviews, organize seminars, and many such activities have definitely improved the classroom performance and also improved the academic atmosphere on the campus. But what can be done at the school level is something that needs to be thought about very seriously. And today I am here not to talk about anything. I know CSR definitely is a very important instrument, because the companies are not merely involved in charity. As I understand, it is a mechanism by which they are trying to contribute to social transformation. They are also trying to understand society. So if they are trying to understand society and transform the existing social conditions for a better living standards, then perhaps, we can all, if we can share our experiences, we can find some solutions, very meaningful solutions that can be offered to the government. So that's why I am here today. And I thank the group for giving me this opportunity. It's a wonderful opportunity as far as I am concerned, because lot needs to be done. Inputs must be provided by people who have done lot of work at the field level. So if those inputs you can share with me, we will definitely transfer them to the government, have a discussion with the government, and see to it that the conditions in the government schools improve. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
So the next speaker with us here is a CSR strategist at Infosys. He is redefining corporate social responsibility by fostering collaborations between corporations and NGOs. With a forward-looking approach, he explores the evolution of CSR over the next decade, ensuring sustainable impact through strategic partnerships and ethical corporate engagement. So let's all welcome onto the stage of CSR Summit our next speaker, Mr. Vamshi Mutyapu.
Good morning, everyone. So CSR in India has its roots through philanthropy right from the industrialization era, which is 1850 to 1914. But do we really have to agree that CSR has been there only since 1850? CSR has been around for civilizations, for generations. We've been watching in movies how the kings used to give donations to their families, and that's how CSR evolved. But let me just get into the just a minute. Yeah. Okay. Even in India, if we talk about CSR, the organizations have been doing it for quite some time, and that evolved actually as a social development initiative between the government and the organizations, right? But eventually, there were too many regulations that were coming into picture, and but what needs to be taken into cognizance is Mauritius was the first country that had made CSR mandatory, which was in 2009. And in 2014, following the amendment of the Companies Act in 2013, India made it mandatory, and followed by various other organizations, various other countries. And this is mainly looked at businesses using their profits to eliminate poverty, support in education, and then eliminate hunger. My question is, there are different definitions when people talk about CSR, donation, and then philanthropy. Ideally, they all look the same, sound the same, feel the same, but all of them are different. When we talk about donation, donation is where you give someone something and then you forget about it. Philanthropy is something which someone who's been earning a lot and then who wants to donate it to the society does it. But when we talk about CSR comes with a responsibility. And all it means is there is an impact that needs to be assessed, and there are solutions that you need to think about, whether these are for the shortcomings or whether they are long lasting, right? And in the last few years, we've also seen how the NGOs have evolved in terms of implementing all these projects, right? And I've also, as a corporate employee myself, I've been working with various niche expertise NGOs where someone talks about education, someone works in menstrual hygiene management, and someone works in afforestation. And this is how NGOs have become prevalent in the last 10 years, especially since the NGO Act has come into picture. And again, SDGs were announced in the 2015 UN meeting, and we came up with 17 SDGs. And again, Schedule 7, I'm sure everyone in this room are aware about the Schedule 7 document, which is a very interesting document which talks about where you can do what and how are the impact numbers defined. But this is where I come to the most this is where I come to the most interesting slide of mine. I've seen, as a corporate employee myself, as I already said, I've been working with various NGOs in the last 5+ years, at least, because that is when the CSR mandate has come into picture, and then people have also started. And then there were some NGOs which were working on specific sectors that were coming into picture, and then all these collaborations. And gone are those days when, let's say, menstrual hygiene management was taken as a social taboo, where people were even afraid of even using that word. But now we're implementing projects which are related to menstrual hygiene management. We're working on promoting art and culture. We're trying to reclaim lakes. We're trying to renovate step wells. All these which will help in rejuvenation of the groundwater resources. We're also working on a project which is related to domestic violence and abuse survivors through one of our partner NGOs. And we're also working towards skill development, especially women. And even when we talk about women's skill development, there are different kind of audience that we need to look at. Urban, semi-urban, rural, and then the socio-economic backgrounds of all these people. So this is where we're working on, and then these are just evolving by day. I'm just waiting for the... Yeah, and again, this is another interesting slide of mine, because we've seen the last 10 years, now we're in the 11th year actually, we've seen the last 10 years, 2014 to 2024, how the CSR mandate came into picture, and then how organizations have started taking it as a responsibility and not just as an obligation to serve the nation, to serve the society. And we've also seen how NGOs have started coming together in supporting this. But what I look at for the next 10 years is where CSR is going to be integrated with core business strategies of every organization. Though we might be looking at long-term sustainability, we might look at focus on environment, we can also look at skill development of students who are 10 plus in age, and then their long-term career guidance. This is what we will all be looking at. And there's another focus that is going to come into picture in the next 10 years, where every CSR project that we look at should include as many SDGs as possible, which will give the entire project a holistic view. And one thing that I've also been noticing in many of the organizations, and especially the organization that I represent to, is employee volunteering. It is participate in the volunteering, realize what is the impact that these activities, and will be the best part that of the game change the NGOs does. Do not feel bad. I mean, I've seen people where people are asked, what do you do in your in the service sector? Why are you even in service sector? I mean, as a corporate employee myself, I am asked, what gives you the joy being part of CSR or doing volunteering? And this is where I say, volunteering is something that comes from my heart, and I do it for my own purpose. There is nothing that I'm expecting in return, and if all of us come together, there is nothing in the world which is impossible, because the word itself says, I am possible. Thank you.
So thank you, Vamshi. That was a great message. So in the previous talk, Mr. Mahendra Gudur was talking about a video which was very crucial, but due to the small technical issue, we could not play that video at that point of time. Now I once again welcome Mr. Mahendra onto the stage to tell about the importance of that video and show that video to us.
Thank you, Tara.
ఈరోజు జిల్లా పరిషత్ ఉన్నత పాఠశాల గూడూరు అనేక విషయాల్లో ఉత్తమమైనటువంటి ప్రదర్శన చేస్తూ ఉన్నత ప్రమాణాలను అందిపుచ్చుకోవడానికి అన్ని మీద మాకు సహాయ సహకారం ఇస్తున్నటువంటి మహేంద్ర రెడ్డికి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాం. GCM ట్రస్ట్ చైర్మన్ మహేంద్ర రెడ్డి గారు పాఠశాలలో చక్కటి విద్యార్థులకు మంచి సౌకర్యాలు ఉండాలన్న ఉద్దేశంతో వారు స్వంత నిధులతోటి సుమారుగా ఒక 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు విలువైనటువంటి ఇంటిగ్రేటెడ్ లైబ్రరీ, కంప్యూటర్ ల్యాబ్, విద్యార్థులకు విషయావగాహన సులువుగా అర్థమయ్యేలాగా చేసినందుకు వారికి హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాం.
We can see right now I'm sitting in a very modern, sophisticated science lab, come library, come internet, computer lab. Okay, these kind of facilities we cannot see anywhere in the district. In our laboratory, even we have virtual reality facility also, which is the rarest kind of technology in our India in providing teaching learning experience for the children.
మేము ఫస్ట్ 2018లో వచ్చినప్పుడు ఇక్కడ ల్యాబ్ మెటీరియల్స్ కానీ లైబ్రరీ కానీ ఏమీ లేకుండేవి. అప్పట్లో పిల్లలు కొంచెం రెగ్యులర్గా కూడా ఉండేవాళ్ళు. కానీ మహేంద్ర రెడ్డి సార్ గారు 2022 నుంచి ఇంటిగ్రేటెడ్ సైన్స్ ల్యాబ్ కమ్ లైబ్రరీని ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది. మరి ఇంటిగ్రేటెడ్ సైన్స్ ల్యాబ్ వల్ల లెర్నింగ్ బై డూయింగ్ అనే కాన్సెప్ట్ అనేది ఈ మెటీరియల్ ఉండటం వల్ల మా పిల్లలకి ఎంతో నాలెడ్జ్ని తెచ్చిపెడుతుందని మేము అనుకుంటున్నాం. ఇంత మంచి ల్యాబ్ ఈ ఫెసిలిటీస్ కల్పించినటువంటి మహేందర్ రెడ్డి సార్ గారికి కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను.
ముందుగా నేను మా గూడూరు మహేందర్ రెడ్డి సార్కి థ్యాంక్ యూ చెప్పాలనుకుంటున్నాను. ఎందుకంటే మా కోసం ఇలాంటి లైబ్రరీని రెడీ చేసి ఇవ్వడానికి 6th క్లాస్లో ఇక్కడికి వచ్చినాను. నేను వచ్చినాక ఈ లైబ్రరీలో బుక్స్ రీడ్ చేయడం కానీ, కంప్యూటర్ నేర్చుకోవడం కానీ, టీవీ చూడడం కానీ ఇలాంటివన్నీ నేర్చుకున్నాను. ఇంకా నా చేతులతో నేను సైన్స్ ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్స్ కూడా చేసినాను. మా లైబ్రరీలో కంప్యూటర్ సిస్టము, సైన్స్ మెటీరియల్స్తో కూడిన సైన్స్ ఫెసిలిటీస్, అట్లానే విఆర్ ల్యాబ్ అంటే వర్చువల్ రియాలిటీ. అందులో మనం హార్ట్స్ గురించి కావచ్చు, లేకపోతే కిడ్నీస్ గురించి కావచ్చు, ఇలాంటివన్నిటిని మనమే అందులోకి వెళ్ళి చూసినట్టు మనకు అనిపిస్తూ ఉంటుంది. రియల్గానైతే మాత్రం టెక్స్ట్ బుక్లో చూసినప్పుడు అంత అర్థం కాదు, కానీ ఈ విఆర్ ల్యాబ్లో చూసినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే మనకి అర్థమయ్యి మనమే అందులో వెళ్ళినట్టు మనకు అనిపిస్తుంది. ఇంకొకసారి ఈ స్కూల్కి అన్ని పరిమితం కాకుండా బయట గవర్నమెంట్ స్కూళ్ళకు కూడా రావాలని టీడీఎఫ్ సంస్థతో కలిసి సైన్స్ ల్యాబ్ ఆన్ వీల్స్ అనే ప్రోగ్రామ్ని కూడా మొన్ననే స్టార్ట్ చేసేది. ఇది డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ లెవెల్ నుంచి మొత్తం స్టేట్ ద్వారా ఇది మొత్తం పోతుంది. అందుకని నేనేం కోరుకుంటున్నా అంటే ఇది మొత్తం స్టేట్ లెవెల్లో ఉండాలని కోరుకుంటున్నాను. దీని ద్వారా ప్రతి ఒక్క గవర్నమెంట్ స్టూడెంట్ మంచిగా నేర్చుకొని పై స్థాయిలో ఎదగగలడు. అండ్ థ్యాంక్ యూ టు మహేందర్ రెడ్డి సార్ ఇంత మంచి లైబ్రరీని మా కోసం చేసినందుకు.
Thank you very much for playing this AV. I really appreciate the team. So this we have implemented in my own school, like where I studied 35 years ago. And the result is today from this school, we, like every science fair, my school students goes and wins innovation awards in any science fairs, and they are the first, second. And we have our DUO sir, Satyanarayan Garu from my district, Yadadri district, where we implemented this. He wanted to personally come to this seminar, this summit, and then actually if we implemented this in like 22 schools in Yadadri district. He wanted all the 160 schools this project, because this is so useful for the kids, what he believes. And all CSR team, like companies whoever like looking for the STEM education promotion and sponsorship, they feel free to stop by at our booth, and sir will be able to give the first-hand feedback what he has taken from the receiving end. So this school, like last 2022, we implemented this integrated laboratory where the students can experience the practical experiences. And then we started giving the virtual reality in July this year. So then the thought came, like why only the one school? Then why don't we make this to the other schools? Because this year, the school where we implemented this has been selected as one of the best school, state recognized as the best school in the district. So gentlemen, so this is the foundation for the Science Lab on Wheels project. One school we proved in 2.5 years, we saw the results, and we wanted to spread it across to all the schools of the state. That's where the Science Lab on Wheels project started. So last 1-minute video for me, gentlemen, like can you play the team, that 1-minute video, how this project works in all other schools of the state. So one mobile van that is equipped with a VR headsets and science equipment. They travel to each school. Like we take mandal as a unit. In a given mandal, like 11 to 12 schools will be there. We recruit like 2 qualified MSc B.Ed graduates. They take these virtual reality headsets and the practical equipment to the school. They collaborate with the teachers, and they give the practical experience to the students. Imagine a rural students from the 6th grade started building their foundation, fundamentals, from the 6th grade to 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade. Their confidence levels will boost once they go to the intermediate, and no look back from there, gentlemen. Thank you very much. I look forward to working with you, all of you. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Mahendra. The next speaker with us is a dedicated social entrepreneur, and she is the force behind the Invisible Scars Foundation, advocating for survivors of domestic violence. She is reshaping conversations around abuse, mainstreaming solutions, and working towards systemic change to provide stronger support systems for survivors. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Ms. Ekta Vivek Verma onto the stage of CSR Summit.
Is there going to be a presentation? Okay. I'm just waiting for my presentation to come up. You cannot do survivor support without having a sustainable ecosystem. The ecosystem matters a lot, and so you have to have a sustainable ecosystem for survivor support, and that means that you have to start working on policies. Like we told you, Urban Company, we are working as the implementation partner for Urban Company's Project NIDAR, which is their workplace domestic violence policy. One of the things that I sort of missed out in the whole presentation is domestic violence and abuse is a very multi-layered complex problem. It is not something that has straight solutions. There are no straight solutions to this problem. And while we are sitting here and we are having this presentation, I was given 8 minutes to speak. I probably will exceed it by a couple of minutes. 2 survivors would have gone through incidents of domestic violence. 1 out of 3 women face domestic violence. There is economic loss to the country, somewhere in the ballpark of $440 million to $880 million, somewhere in between that range. There is no calculation of an exact number. There are absolutely no statistics on men and children who are affected by domestic violence and abuse. So when we work on a sustainable ecosystem, we have to look at the overall picture of domestic violence and abuse. I'm just going to take a minute to talk about how CSR funds can help us at Invisible Scars Foundation. There is a lot I can tell you. I am happy to reach out to individuals or organizations and set up meetings, but we want to scale Project Humrahi. Project Humrahi has the capacity to become the one-stop shop for every single survivor of domestic violence. And as you hear the name Humrahi, you will know it means companion. Nidar means fearless. So we have named, Rahat means relief. So we have named our projects in such a manner, and we want to scale Project Humrahi. We need the technology ability to be able to scale what we are doing at the moment. So if you are there and you can provide us tech help or tech guidance, we are more than happy. We want Invisible Scars Foundation to be the one-stop shop for anything related to domestic violence and abuse for anyone of any age and any gender. They should be able to approach us. The other thing lacking in the ecosystem is alternative dispute resolution. Whenever you think of domestic violence, the first thing you think of is, oh, let's go file an FIR. Resolution methods to work upon this issue. We have come up with a very ambitious plan to sensitize and create capacity of about 35 to 40 social workers from across the country as marital mediators, which takes away the need for people to directly go to court. They can approach a mediator, try the alternative dispute resolution. So only those cases which need immediate attention go to court. We are also trying to work upon a domestic violence and abuse hackathon. We have our partners here in the audience today with whom we were trying to do this. The hackathon aims to bring in tech ways which corporates here, we can through something. And if you do not want anyone else to the audience here today, please have a chat with us. Our details are displayed on screen. I can share it with you outside of the presentation. So thank you.
Yeah, that was Mrs. Ekta Vivek Verma from the Invisible Scars. Thank you for the beautiful presentation. From the Invisible Scars, thank you for the beautiful presentation. The next speaker is a sustainability champion at ITC Limited, and he is a strong proponent of the circular economy. His work focuses on reducing waste, optimizing resource efficiency, and driving sustainable business models that balance economic growth with environmental responsibility. So let's all together welcome onto the stage of CSR Summit, Mr. N. Umakant.
Can you give me the slide? Swachh Namaskar to everyone. Today I'm going to talk about ITC's flagship CSR initiative, which has multiple impacts with one initiative. And I think after my presentation, the NGOs here and the companies who have the CSR can think about it and can implement these kind of initiatives in the urban local bodies. So I think you all know about ITC. ITC is the only company with the comparable dimensions in sustainability. Water conservation positive for 22 years in a row. Carbon sequestration positive for 19 years in a row. And solid waste recycling positive for the last 17 years. And well-being out of waste is a CSR initiative. As I told you, it's a flagship initiative. We have started this initiative in 2007, and we are spread across in 6 states and mostly in South India, southern part of India, and Delhi. And we are covering almost about 42 urban local bodies, covering about 645 wards. And we have outreached almost 27 million citizens on educating them on segregation of waste, wet, dry, and domestic hazardous waste. And also, we are working with the children, and we have educated school children, about 7.1 million school children. And we are working with the corporates like Infosys, TCS, Wipro, and all, about 2,000 plus corporates. So every year through this program, we divert almost 60,000 metric tons of dry recyclable waste. Otherwise, it would have been ended in the landfills. And collection and recycling of about 15,000 plus metric tons of low value plastics. That means which cannot be recycled. So these plastics also being collected and properly co-processed. And over 20,000 metric ton of waste paper collected and recycled every year. I'm working with the large corporates and government institutions. And another major intervention is with working with the waste collectors, waste handlers, rack pickers. We are working with almost 18,000 plus waste handlers across these ULBs, and we have enhanced their livelihoods. So why we should implement this program? We are almost, so India is about 1.4 billion population, as you all know, and we are generating about 1,60,000 tons of garbage every day. And this 1,60,000 tons of garbage is in a mixed form. It's not segregated, it's mixed, so it cannot be processed. It has to be just dumped. Now, if you can see, state governments are coming up with a solution for this, that people are not segregating the waste. So you all know that 2014 Swachh Bharat mission has been implemented. Till date, it's 10 years, but still we are unable to cover this, all the urban local bodies and the households and inculcate the habit of source segregation. So they are coming up with the waste to energy plants, which is another hazardous thing. You all know how Delhi is suffering with the waste to energy plants. So you can see that 29,000 tons every day is dumped in the landfills without any processing, because once the waste is mixed, it cannot be processed. And you all know these landfills emit greenhouse gases like methane, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide and all. And according to World Bank, India's daily waste generations will reach 3,77,000 tons by 2030. That means it will double. So currently we are unable to process this 1,60,000 tons. Not only process, cannot handle it. So once it is double, what happens to our India? Just think about it. Every household, a 4-member family in metro cities will generate about 2 kgs of garbage. In these 2 kgs, 60% is organic waste, which can be converted into compost and applied to the kitchen garden. 30% of the dry waste that can be easily stored or kept in your home, and once in a month you can give to some kabadiwala and you will get some money out of revenue out of it. And also 5% e-waste. Now e-waste is also recyclable. And only the 5% hazardous, domestic hazardous waste like diapers, napkins, shaving blades, medical waste, all these can be wrapped in a newspaper and given to the waste collector so that he will keep it separately and this can be handled separately. So, but what we are doing, we are mixing up everything and we are the responsible for building all these landfills. Sorry. So, the objectives of our program, Well-being Out of Waste, is to inculcate the habit of source segregation among the citizens and create sustainable livelihoods to the waste handlers and conserve natural resources and protect the environment, recover the dry recyclable resource and recycle and make it available to the all recycling industries as a raw material, and encourage wet waste composting at home level, community level, and ultimately create Swachh Bharat. So the model, this is a CSR, so we implement through NGOs. We appoint an NGOs in the local NGOs who have a ground presence in the wherever we implement in that location. So these NGOs will tie up with the municipal corporations or earn up to 1,000 to 2,000 rupees once it is segregated. If it is in a mixed form, they can earn only 100 rupees. If it is segregated, they can earn up to 1,000 rupees. So this is how we improve the quality of the dry waste by segregation, and also the value is created is also to the dry waste, so that this value goes to the waste handlers. And welfare, we distribute the PPE kits and health camps, all these will be organized. And also to the women waste handlers also we do the menstrual hygiene programs, health camps and all. So the children of the waste collectors will get the educational kits every year and they will use for their educational purpose. So these are the dry resource collection centers. The space will be given by the urban local body. We spend through CSR funds and we create this kind of infrastructure because the urban local bodies nowadays, they don't have any funds. They say everything aap karo bhaiya, mere paas kuch nahi, mere paas zameen hai bas. So they gave this land. So we create the entire sheds, machinery, equipment like sorting plants, baling machines, collection vehicles, everything will be done by ITC under CSR initiative. So the wet waste processing, again it is supported by some CSR companies and they convert the wet waste into biofuel and biogas. So as I told you, they need to be educated. So once we go to the home, the children are not available. They go to their schools, the college students, they go to the college, and office goers at the office. So what we do, not only household, we reach out each and every stakeholder of that family. That means we go to the school and educate the school children, and we form WOW clubs in the schools, and these children are like WOW ambassadors. They in turn come to their home and educate the family members, and they take up the responsibility of segregation of the waste. And once they segregate the waste, they bring all these waste to the school and exchange with the new notebooks and stationery. And this is a very large program. As I told you, we are covering about almost 70 million children, 7 million children, and every year these children bring their waste and exchange with the new notebooks and stationery, and this is called Inter-School Recycling Championship. And for the college students, we have 145. I Love India. I have seen many students from Anurag University volunteering here. But if I tell them to come to the field and do the propagation for me, they may not turn up because they are working on the waste. So what I have done, we have to have some emotional or sentimental touch. So if you love India, you have to do something for India. If I go any college and tell them, you love India? Yes, I love. What do you want to do with if you love India? Means they say that, I want to join army, I want to do this, that. I'll just give you 1 hour, 2 hours a day. Then it is enough. Do a bit. First you segregate the waste at your home. Then you educate your neighbors. Then at your college. That's enough. You can bring a change and you can save the planet. See, this is called 145. If you love India, 1 means 1 minute per day. What you can do 1 minute per day? Just you can segregate the waste at your home. And 4 hours per week, just you have to volunteer, go and reach out in your community and educate at least 10 households and ensure that they segregate the waste. And since we have to reach out entire India, you have to inspire at least 5 volunteers like you, passionate volunteers like you, so that we can reach out every town, every city and every state and entire India. So this is our I Love India program, and we have almost about 25,000 volunteer network only in Hyderabad. So every city we have volunteers, college volunteers. And for office also we have zero waste offices, Swachh Karyalaya, all these programs we go to offices and educate the office corporate employees also. So the colonies, model colonies, the Atmanirbhar colonies, where the waste is zero down at their level only, at the community level only. The dry waste is taken by us or the waste handlers, and the wet waste is converted into compost at the community level. So the zero waste colonies. So this is the overall impact. If you can implement, see, there are 4,582 urban local bodies in India. And we have, I don't know what is the number of corporates we have. Under CSR, if we can take up one ULB, like ITC has taken up 42 ULBs. If you can take up one ULB, that ULB will become zero waste ULB. So 4,582 corporates can come together and they can adopt each ULB and implement these kind of programs, and this will save our motherland, save the planet. You see the impact of this program. Well-being out of waste means nothing but we work on source segregation of waste only. So ULB's cost reduction in the waste management, the transportation cost, processing cost. In Hyderabad itself, for transportation and processing, Hyderabad spends around 400 to 500 crores every year, the GHMC spends. So if the waste is segregated, they need not spend this much. They have to spend only the 5% of that what they are spending now. And income for the waste collectors from 100, 200 rupees, it will go up to 1,000 rupees per month, and improves health, per day, 1,000 rupees per day. So improves health and hygiene and create jobs, green jobs, like I am here, standing over here because of this initiative. And I have almost 500 people working in my project across these 6 states, directly. And indirectly, about 1,000 people are working. So create wealth for small waste traders and opportunities for entrepreneurs, social entrepreneurs, startup companies can come into the space and manage the recyclable waste, put up plants, recycling plants, and put up processing plants, segregation plants, aggregation plants. They can do, a lot of scope is there. Many entrepreneurs can come into this space and encourage home composting, Encourage home composting and kitchen garden. Recycling saves, energy, water, trees, and reduces carbon dioxide. Raw materials for recycling, availability of raw material for recycling industries. Now, India is importing only paper, about 8 million tons every year, because we don't segregate. 8 million tons every year by shelling out almost $2 billion foreign exchange, just for importing the waste paper. We are not buying gold or diamonds. We are importing the waste paper. So if you can segregate the waste, the paper means you think only newspapers, magazines, and notebooks. No, right from the matchbox to the carton boxes, everything is paper. 5,000 varieties of paper is going into the landfills every day. So if you can segregate, we can recycle, we can recover and recycle at our domestic recycling industry. We need not import. Likewise, saving our landfill sites, and tourism also improves, because if India becomes clean and green, then tourism improves multifold. So ultimately saves natural resources and saves the planet. So these are the impact, overall impact on the, just by doing a segregation. If all companies under CSR, if they can work, because government cannot do this. Government has other works to do, and only the corporates, NGOs can come together, join hands and work on this, because उन लोगों ने hands raise कर दिया, हमारे से नहीं होता बोलकर. Now civil society and citizens, corporates should come together and adopt these municipalities and ensure that they segregate the waste and they collect the waste separately and process it in a separate manner. And also we can zero down each and every, right from home to our colony, town and city. So this is for our future generations, and we have borrowed all these natural resources from our future generations, so we need to give them plus, not minus. So let's join together and let's leave a livable environment for our future generations. Thank you very much.
The next speaker with us is a Telangana State Agriculture and Farmers Welfare Commission member dedicated to sustainable farming and agricultural development. A mechanical engineering graduate from Usmania University, and she actively promotes natural farming and environmental conservation, blending technical expertise with a passion for farmer welfare. Let's all together welcome Mrs. Marikanti Bhavani onto the stage of CSR Summit.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for making me part of this big summit. Here, today I'm not going to do or deliver any speeches. Here, I request you, all of you, to extend your support to the farmer as well. Like we, Telangana, producing 25 lakh metric tons of vegetables, but we need 50 lakh metric tons. So rest, we are importing from the other states. For the first time, Government of Telangana, CM Revanth Reddy Garu, has taken initiative to constitute Telangana Agriculture and Farmers Welfare Commission. No other state is having that except Punjab. We took charge in October. From then, we working for the welfare of the farmers. And today, once again, I request CSR to extend your help, or whatever you say, hand to the farmers. Like every half an hour, one farmer is quitting the agriculture, which is very dangerous figure. And in future, it's hard for us to survive. You know, without food, we cannot survive. And everyone else, all the other speakers and were talking about everything, art and culture, women empowerment, the other things all, like skill development, education, everything. But here, like no one is there to talk about the farmer. Let me explain few things where the areas like you can do or support, which will bring biggest difference in the life of the farmer. So one thing especially like financial support and resource development and grants in funding, training and capacity building, infrastructure development, promoting sustainable practices, which is like organic farming, water management, soil health, enhancing farmer livelihoods by market access, value chain management, farmer empowerment, collaboration and partnerships, stakeholder engagement, sustainable agriculture again, knowledge sharing, promoting natural farming, monitoring and evaluation. So there are so many other areas also, like I've quoted a few, but here we can extend our help. We look forward, and we soon will launch the website, Telangana State Agriculture and Farmer Welfare Commission, and we'll have a number on that. And then please support us, our farmers who have been treating like second citizens. So let's stop this. And one and the other thing, TDF been supporting so many years. Since it's founded, they've been working towards the farmers' welfare, like taken up good projects, organic farming, like under the Jai Kisan. And they've been working in the Stop Suicide Farmer campaign and supporting farmers. Thank you once again, TDF. And myself, I feel proud being part of the TDF since 20 years. And also the last but not the least, again, the farmer, please, all of you, extend your support towards the farmer's livelihood. Thank you. Thank you.
Check. Thank you, ma'am. And with this, we end the speaker session, and we have awards to be given before we break for the lunch. And I request ma'am to give away the awards also. So in the category of education, the award goes to Mr. Mahendra Guduru from the Telangana Development Forum. I request sir to come onto the stage. He is a tech leader, senior tech leader at Cisco and executive member of Telangana Development Forum, USA. Welcome, sir. We request you to come onto the stage and receive the award. So, if the awardee is not here, we'll move on to the next category, that is Doing Good for the State category. The award winner is Mr. Matta Rajeshwar Reddy.
Mr. Matta Rajeshwar
is
Reddy.
Committed to community welfare. Welcome, sir. And the next award is in the category of Human Rights Awareness, and the award goes to Mr. M. Santosh Reddy, who is dedicated to promoting human rights awareness, advocating for equality, and empowering communities through education and outreach activities. Congratulations, Mr. M. Santosh Reddy, for the award in the category of Human Rights Awareness. And the next category is the Sustainable Development Project, CSR, and the award goes to Mr. Dhanashekhar S., who is a CSR executive at Bisleri International Private Limited and is dedicated to driving sustainability initiatives like Bottles for Change. Yeah, congratulations, sir, and we welcome you onto the stage to receive the award. And the next category is the Leader of the Year NGO, and it goes to Mr. Vivek Verma, who is a successful corporate, who has left the successful corporate career to drive social change, and inspired by personal experiences, he co-founded SAHI, organized TEDx Hyderabad, and led impactful community initiatives. So congratulations, Mr. Vivek Verma, for the award in the category Leader of the Year NGO. And he has helped reform adoption laws, establishing an orphanage, and funded a computer lab in memory of his. And during COVID-19, he set up a 200-bed hospital, providing free care. Congratulations, sir. And the next award is in the category of Best Partnership for Social Impact. And the winners of this award are Sri Mandiram Traders and Services, Vedala Srinivas. Mr. Vedala Srinivas, if you are here, kindly come onto the stage to receive the award. He is a merchant exporter, film producer, and eminent clairvoyant from Hyderabad. Congratulations, sir, for receiving the award in the Best Partnership for Social Impact category. And the next category is the Disability Support, and the award goes to Mr. Raghu Arikapudi, who is dedicated to disability support, working to empower individuals with disabilities through accessibility initiatives, advocacy, and inclusive programs that promote independence and equal opportunities. Sir. And the next award is in the Child Education NGO, and the award goes to the Good Talk Factory, TGTF Vidya. The Good Talk Factory is dedicated to child education, empowering underprivileged children with learning opportunities and essential skills for a better future. Congratulations, the Good Talk Factory. The next award is in the category of CSR in Nutrition and Food Security, and the award goes to Nalgonda Lions Free Meals Foundation. It was founded in the year 2022 July, and the Nalgonda Lions Free Meals Foundation provides free breakfast to 400 patient supporters daily at the Nalgonda Government Hospital. Congratulations, sir, on winning the award in the CSR in Nutrition and Food Security. We have one more award in the same category, the CSR in Nutrition and Food Security, and it goes to VNV Foods and Anaganaga. It was established in the year 2015, is a premium food manufacturer specializing in traditional and health-focused snacks. So I request the representatives of VNV Foods and Anaganaga to come onto the stage and receive the award in the category of CSR in Nutrition and Food Security. The next category of award is Digital Inclusion Initiative CSR, and this goes to Sharvi Tech Private Limited. Sharvi Tech Private Limited specializes in mobile security, data protection, and secure devices. And our CSR initiatives that promote digital safety, privacy, and sustainability are being promoted by them. So congratulations, Sharvi Tech Private Limited, for the Digital Inclusion Initiative CSR Award. next award category is the Waste Management Initiative NGO, and the award goes to Gandipet Welfare Society. The Gandipet Welfare Society, a Hyderabad-based NGO, champions in zero waste and sustainable waste management. Founded by committed citizens, the Gandipet Waste Management Society processes around 1,000 tons of municipal waste monthly through its waste management units. It's a great initiative, and congratulations to Gandipet Welfare Society for the waste management initiative. And the next category of award is the Doing Good for State Medical Sciences category, and the winner of his award is Divesh Reddy Anireddy. Dr. Divesh Reddy is a board-certified gastroenterologist with 27 years of experience, now performing advanced GI procedures in Yuma, Arizona. Congratulations, Divesh Reddy Garu, on winning the award in the category of Doing Good for State Medical Sciences. The next category is the Innovation in Technology for Social Impact CSR, and the award goes to Talentform.ai. The Talentform.ai is an AI-driven platform bridging the gap between academia and industry by providing future-ready skills and career opportunities. So congratulations to Talentform.ai for the award in the category of Innovation and Technology for Social Impact CSR. And the next award category is the Skill Development Initiative NGO, and the award goes to ICT Academy, being represented by Suresh Babu Lakshmanan today on this stage. Suresh Babu Lakshmanan from ICT Academy drives skill development initiatives, equipping youth with industry-relevant training to enhance employability. So congratulations, ICT Academy, for winning the award in the Skill Development Initiative NGO category. And one last award in this section.
प्रणवालय पाहि परिपालय परमेशी कमलालय श्रीदेवी कुरिपिंचवे करुणांबुरासी धीं तारा धीं धीं तारा जतुलतो प्राणमे नाट्యం చేసే గతులతో నామశతముల నతులతో నాపైన నీ చూపు ఆపేలా శరణంటినే జనని నాద వినోదిని భువన పాలినివే అనాథ రక్షణ నీ విధి కాదటే మొరవిని చేరవడే నా ఆలోచనే నిరంతరం నీకు నివాళినివ్వాలని నాలో ఆవేదనే నువ్వు ఆదరించేలా నివేదనవ్వాలని దేహమునే కోవెలగా నిన్ను కొలువుంచా జీవముతో భావముతో సేవలు చేశా ప్రతి ఋతువు ప్రతి ఋతువు నీవని ఎంచా సతతము నీ స్మరణే ధీంతానా ధీంతానా జతులతో ప్రాణమే నాట్యం చేసే గతులతో నామశతముల నతులతో నాపైన నీ చూపు ఆపేలా శరణంటినే జనని నాద వినోదిని భువన పాలినివే అనాథ రక్షణి కాదటే स्मितवदनं वज्रदन्तधर रक्षाकवचम् शिवसम्भूत भुवि संजात ನಂಬಿದವಗಿಂಬು ಕೊಡುವವನೀತ ಸಾವಿರ ದೈವದ ಮನ ಸಂಪ್ರೀತ ಬೇಡುತ್ತ ನಿಂದೆವು ಆರಾಧಿಸುತ್ತ प्रणालय परमेशि प्रणवालय पाहि परिपालय परमेशि कमलालय श्री
cross-sector collaborations, and it recognizes excellence, and it provides knowledge sharing platform, and it is an entrance to it. It is here to enhance the stakeholder engagement. Let's move ahead with the afternoon session and welcome back to the post-lunch session. The first speaker of this session is the founder of Abhaya Foundation, and he's a pioneer in ethical leadership and value-based CSR. His foundation works across multiple social domains, fostering positive change through education, healthcare, and livelihood programs. So let's welcome onto the CSR Summit stage, Swami Balachandra Sunku.
Nature creates havoc, his heart exudes love, traits that look for transformation in every step. Solving the miseries of people alone gives him immense satisfaction. 2021, India and 8 states. A supporting hand to hundreds of people affected by corona. Helping hand to more than 800 people who sought help for medical ailments. Lending hand of financial and moral support to 900 students who are stuck in life with no light and hope. Happy hand supporting 50 schools in 4 states, bringing a smile on 10,000 little faces. The beautiful hand that built Abhaya Home of Happiness for the abandoned and uncared. A powering hand that established youth empowerment centers in the states of Andhra and Karnataka. A profound hand that achieved and penned Bharata Darshan, shared Sunday thoughts inspired through Vidyarthula Jeevitaniki Vijay Deepika, believing words could bring wonders in the lives of common men. Focusing on life rather than just living, boundless service, limitless love, with a heart of gold, moving forward with every step bold. Balachandra is the epitome of Abhaya, flowing red hands, believing service alone shall bring transformation in life, with a burning desire to serve. In tune to the song, picking momentum, with assurance of no fear, he inspired 15 lakhs of people. 80,000 footpath dwellers trembling in cold weather were wrapped in warm blankets. 3,000 street vendors burning in the heat were given shade with umbrellas, induced confidence to families in distress. 2,000 rural youth were empowered with livelihood and life skills. 8,000 rural women empowered to earn their living. Caste, color, creed, language, region, and religion are never barriers for him to serve. He lost himself in serving others, a common man with an unparalleled spirit. No office and no assistant, curbing ego and spreading equanimity. No place to dwell, yet no thought of fright. He made the world his home to serve. With just a phone, he lent his hand to many, yet depicted every work as a miracle. God is the ultimate. We are just sparks of the divine. Loving all, serving all is true spirituality. Pure will make God work for the result. He strives to serve so as to live after death. Born to Srimati Rajeshwaramma and Sri S.S. Rangaya at a tender age, he got influenced by the film Alluri Sitaramaraju. Then Saraswati Vidya Mandir ignited the fire within. Rashtriya Swayam Sevak added air to the fire, making him a noble instrument in serving the countrymen. His sister Nagajyoti mentored him with values and made him live with a purpose. Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba initiated him to serve the one in need till his last breath. Many kind hearts lent their hands of support to his education. He decided to live like a monk with no marriage and started a journey with a cause. Completing BSc, LLB, and FCS, he worked for reputed corporates, earned lucrative pay, but spent every penny to service. Such hunger to serve more paved the way to establish Abhaya Foundation in 2006. Let's march, let's march, let's march ahead. Let there be hurdles, let there be tears, let there be storm, and let there be breathlessness. Let's march, let's march, let's march ahead. Such faith is driving Balachandra into eternity. Innumerable appreciations. Global Peace Prize, ICSI CSR Award, Jums of Anantapuram, Visesha Seva Puraskar for his outstanding services. Balachandra says, desire may make us live for a day or an year. Wish shall keep us alive till death, but ideals alone will make one eternal even after death. What can one do for this man? Come, let's join heads, hands, and hearts to show our love and care.
Vande Mataram. If I say Namaste, people may not respond. If I say Vande Mataram, people still not respond. It means after lunch, people are sleeping. Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram. Jai Bolo Bharat Mata ki. అంటే కాస్త నిద్ర లేచారు. మనసునందున మంచి మాటనందున మంచి చేతలందున మంచి పొడమకున్నా దేవుడు మిము మెచ్చి సంతోషమెటులిచ్చు చెప్పరయ్య మీరే ఒప్పుకొందు చెప్పరయ్య మీరే ఒప్పుకొందు. For those who don't understand, follow Telugu, please understand it in this way. If there is no good in our thoughts, if there is no good in our words, if there is no good in our actions, how do you expect God will bestow the best things in your life? Accept what I am saying, my dear friends. This is the essence of what I told in Telugu. This is being CSR. Many people told many things since morning, but not all referred what exactly ethical and moral leadership CSR. I would like to take few minutes of time. There are friends from Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra. So I am trying to speak in mixed language, Telugu and English. Friends, CSR means what? Can anyone tell? CSR means what? Cha.
టూ మచ్ ఉన్నారప్ప. అందరు సుమారు 400 NGOs, 100 కార్పొరేట్స్ అందరూ కూర్చొని సిఎస్ఆర్ అంటే అలా ఉన్నారేంటయ్యా? సిఎస్ఆర్ మీన్స్ వాట్ కదా? Many people had a misconception saying that CSR means corporate social responsibility. It is not so. Moral, if you are a morally responsible, you will understand CSR as citizens' social responsibility. If you are a citizen, as a citizen, if you don't have morals, what sort of social responsibility will be carried as an employee, as an employer? If CSR is not happening in this country, in spite of a decade of implementation of Section 135 of the Companies Act 2013, today we are talking about 2024, that means 11 years. Why implementation is still? I have spoken to at least 20 NGOs now during the lunch session. Most of the people are saying we don't know how to approach corporates. We are here all the way. There are friends from Tamil Nadu who, took flight, came here for this program because they just wanted to understand how to connect with corporates. There are more than 12,000 corporates in this country out of 10 lakhs of companies who are supposed to spend their 2% profit to the company corporate social responsibility. What, Vamshi Garu? Do you agree with me? Infosys, Siva Bhavanare, Cognizant. Do you agree with me? All agree, very big corporates. ITC, Mahendra, somebody said, Reddy Garu. ITC Garu vacharu. Wipro, Reliance, all these top 10 companies will be heard. But what happened for all those thousands of companies? They are not spending in a way they are supposed to spend, because as citizens, they are not morally appropriate. Not all, but why such 12,000 crores supposed to come into the pipeline of CSR today in the country? 12,000 కోట్లు నిజంగా సమాజ సేవకి అందితే ఒక్కొక్క ఎన్జిఓకి సుమారు 10 లక్షల ఎన్జిఓలు ఉంటాయండి. ఒక్కొక్క ఎన్జిఓకి ₹1 కోటి, ₹2 కోట్లు వచ్చేస్తుంది. Why it is not happening? Because there is a lack of moral and social ethical responsibility with the people. I appeal those corporates who are here, kindly understand this. Wherever there is a possibility of spending your corporate social responsibility funds, please connect to those people. I was thundered to see one individual called Ravi Kumar from Warangal. Being a lecturer in the college, both husband and wife dedicated their life to spreading the cause of readership library in the communities, rural communities. Humbled by seeing him. I've seen Suresh Kumar, who is fighting with one leg, limping, but trying to empower 20,000 people in the last 20 years. No corporate support. You touch anyone here, they will tell the stories of pain. They will share the stories of strain. They will share the story of their nepathyam, background. Friends, CSR means not corporate social responsibility. Citizens' social responsibility. Morally, if you are good, your employer will definitely understand. I remember when 2013 Companies Act came. First of all, the Companies Act said, please spare 2% aside. Please keep 2% profit aside. Try to spend for the community. It is not compulsory. It was not compulsory. I approached one company, chartered accountant, company secretaries, cost accountants are three people who can understand these things better. So the CFO called me, see, my MD wanted to see you. Please come. I went. Swamiji, what do you want? Sir, there are so many things that people can do. Please lend some hands of support to the community work. Sure, we'll do. We have 1.5 crore in our bank account. We'll try to share something. I went. Then CFO approached MD saying, sir, in fact, we have kept 1.5 crore besides in the corporate account, bank account. No need of spending, sir. It will earn interest to the company. Useless advice. What are we talking? That is the way professionals dealt with this CSR morally and ethically. People started there. Next year, 2-4 years, regulations changed. They said, please spend or explain. Why did you not spend amount? Then people resorted to 100 reasons. Sir, you know, we did not find appropriate NGOs. We did not find appropriate needs in and around our community. And then government said, you can spend anywhere, wherever there is a need. Across the country. You don't have to worry about Rangareddy district, besides your plant and location. Wherever there is a possibility, spend your money. As long as you are doing good work, government can say, yes, you have done a CSR as per the clause and regulations, rules and regulations. So, misconception is that if people are morally not right, then what can we do? So I request the corporates to understand this heartening situation. Why CSR summits of this nature? I know Anurag University students are doing extraordinary performance in all their duties and tasks. Very happy. Let's give them a clap. All black shirt fellows are Anurag University students. They wanted to understand, explore, experience the things which are connected to this type of big events. They are doing it on their own. You could have seen no organizing team to be seen. My dear friend Vinil Reddy, I don't know where he is. His mobile is switched off. He may be somewhere behind. That is the true leadership. Vinil Reddy is standing behind and making people to perform. That is wonderful moral responsibility, in fact. Good, very good. But whenever we conduct such programs, only NGOs will come. More NGOs. CSR summit means what? Corporate Social Responsibility Summit. Who are supposed to attend? More corporates, less NGOs. ఇది రివర్స్. మన దేశంలో మొత్తం ఎక్కడైనా ఎన్జిఓ అంటే CSR అంటే మొత్తం ఒక 80%, 90% NGOs వచ్చేస్తారు. కారణం, అయ్యో ఇక్కడ ఏమైనా దొరుకుతుందేమో, మంచి వాళ్ళు దొరుకుతారేమో, కంపెనీ దొరుకుతాయేమో, మమ్మల్ని చూస్తారేమో, మేము కనెక్ట్ చేయొచ్చేమో, వాళ్ళకి మార్కెటింగ్ తెలీదు. మంచి పని చేయడము తప్ప మార్కెటింగ్ చేసుకోవడం తెలియదే. హౌ కెన్ వీ సపోర్ట్ సచ్ పీపుల్? I feel pained to see such people. So, CSR means citizen social responsibility. Next, CSR. What is CSR? Citizens are good. Then what happens? Community social responsibility. As citizens, you become a group of individuals. You become a community to develop. Community to lend their hands. Then it is called community social responsibility. If community comes together, coming for penny, coming for bread, coming for lunch, together at a table, it is in the Latin language, it is coming for penny, company, it became company in English. Company means coming together for lunch. Over lunch, they used to discuss business. That is how company came in establishment. So, company, corporate social responsibility comes there. First of all, the moral, ethical standard should be given to the citizens, individuals, then community, then corporate. If corporate takes up the responsibility morally, ethically, morals pertaining to the individuals, ethicals pertaining to the society, as per law, ethically we are supposed to do something good. So then what happened? Country social responsibility will be more. CSR means country social responsibility. If country is not socially responsible, what happens? Country will go into fire. Then, if country is doing well, good, continent social responsibility, ఖండం ఆసియా ఖండమే బాగుపడుతుంది. If continent social responsibility is good, cosmic social responsibility, భగవంతుడు కూడా కిందికి వచ్చి మంచి పని చేస్తాడు ఈ దేశానికి, ప్రపంచానికి. సమస్తలోక సుఖినో భవంతు అని చెప్తారు. మై డియర్ ఫ్రెండ్స్, సిఎస్ఆర్ ఇప్పుడు వచ్చిందా? 1 decade బ్యాక్ వచ్చిందా? క్వశ్చనే లేదు. మన భారతీయ సంస్కృతి సాంప్రదాయాలలో సిఎస్ఆర్ నరాన ఇంచించు గుండె గుండెలో ఉన్నది. ఎలాగా? వేదాల్లో ఉన్నది. ఏమని? శతహస్త సమారహే, శతహస్త సమారహే సహస్రహస్త సంకీర. సహస్రహస్త సంకీర means the moral ethical standard set by Vedas, Atharvana Veda says, Aya, you earn with 100 hands, but spend with 1,000 hands to the society. This is stated in Atharvana Veda. How many people are aware? You earn with 100 hands, but spend with 1,000 hands. Manamu anta reverse. 1,000 hands తో earn చేసి 10 hands తో 1 hand తో ఇట్లా చేసి మళ్ళీ ఇక్కడి నుంచి ఇట్లా తీసుకుంటాం. అదా? Is that not happening with many corporates? So, it is there in Atharvana Veda. God also said, wonderful moral, ethical country and community. ఏమని? దేవతలు, దానవులు, మానవులు, ముగ్గురు, 3 fellows. టాప్, మిడిల్, అండర్ ద ఎర్త్, 3 fellows. పైన దేవతలు బ్రహ్మదేవుడి దగ్గరికి వచ్చారట. బ్రహ్మదేవుడి దగ్గరికి వస్తే, స్వామి మేము బాగుపడాలంటే ఏం చేయాలి స్వామి అని అడిగారట. దా అన్నాడట. ఏమన్నాడు? ఏమయ్యా వింటున్నారు లేదా? ఏమన్నారు? దా. దా అంటే రా అని కాదు బాబు, దా అన్నాడట. దేవతలందరూ కూడా ఏమిటిదని చాలా బ్రెయిన్ స్టార్మింగ్ చేసుకున్నారు. ఏమై ఉంటుంది, మాకు ఎథికల్ స్టాండర్డ్ ఏమిటి దేవుడు చెప్పింది అని బాగా బ్రెయిన్ స్టార్మింగ్ చేసి వాళ్ళకి అర్థమైంది ఏంటంటే దమము అని అర్థమైందట. సెన్సువల్ ప్లెజర్స్ని కంట్రోల్ చేసుకోవాలి అని వాడికి అర్థమైందట దేవతలకి. వాడు దేవతలు అంటే విశృంఖలతగా ఉంటారు కదా, ఎక్కడ పడితే అక్కడ వెళ్ళిపోతారు, ఎవరితో పాటు ఉంటాడు తెలుసు కదా మనకి. అట్లా ఉంటారు కాబట్టి ఇదంతా మనకి వీడియోలు తీసారు, నన్ను చంపేస్తారు ఎవడని చెప్పు. అంటే వాళ్ళు చాలా ఎక్స్ట్రావెంజాగా ఉంటారు కాబట్టి అయ్యా దమముతో కంట్రోల్డ్గా ఉండండి అని వాళ్ళకి అర్థమైంది. దానవులు వచ్చారట. దానవులు వచ్చి, స్వామి మా పరిస్థితి ఏంటి అంటే వాళ్ళు కూడా దా అన్నారట. మాకు కూడా దా అన్నారు. వాళ్ళు బ్రెయిన్ స్టార్మింగ్ చేసుకున్నారు. వాళ్ళందరికీ తెలిసింది ఏంటంటే బ్రెయిన్ స్టార్మింగ్లో రాక్షసులము కదా, దానవ ప్రవృత్తి ఉన్న వాళ్ళము, దయతో ఉండమని చెప్పాడు దేవుడు అని అర్థమైంది. దయ. వాళ్ళు దమ. మానవులు వచ్చారట. స్వామి మా పరిస్థితి అంటే దా అన్నాడు. మాకు దా అన్నాడు. ఏమిటిది? బ్రెయిన్ స్టార్మింగ్ చేస్తున్నారట వాళ్ళు. దా 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 ఏముండొచ్చు అంటే మనకి ఇచ్చే గుణం పోయింది కాబట్టి దానము అని తెలుస్తున్నారట. దానము అన్నది బ్రహ్మదేవుడు మానవ జాతికి ఇచ్చినటువంటి తిరుమంత్రము, దివ్య మంత్రం అది. అయ్యా చేతిని చాచి ఇవ్వండి ఇవ్వండి ఇవ్వండి. ఒక్క కడుపు, 2 చేతులు ఎందుకు ఇచ్చాడో తెలుసా? ఒక్క కడుపుకి ఒక చేత్తో తినండి, ఇంకో కడుపుకి ఇంకో చేత్తో అన్నం పెట్టండి అనే ఆలోచనతో ఇచ్చినటువంటి స్టాండర్డ్ అది. అంటే ఆలోచించండి, వాట్ ఈస్ ద మారల్ ఎథికల్ స్టాండర్డ్? దానం. సో కార్పొరేట్ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ వచ్చింది. ఎలా వచ్చింది? 2013కి ముందు ఏ నుంచి జెడ్ దాకా అంతా కరప్షనేగా. పేపర్లో చూస్తున్నా కదా, ఏ అంటే ఆకాశం, బి అంటే భూమి, అన్ని దగ్గరలో స్కాములు జరిగాయి. ఆ గవర్నమెంట్ వాళ్ళకి బాగా ఇబ్బంది పడ్డారు ఒకానొక సమయంలో. ఏమిటిది మరి? ఎట్లాగా మంచి పని మేము చేస్తామంటే అంత కరప్షన్ అయిపోయింది. ఎట్లాగా? హౌ కెన్ వీ ఎంపవర్ ద కంట్రీ వితౌట్ అవర్ ఇంటర్వెన్షన్? దెన్ ద ఫైనాన్స్ మినిస్టర్ వారు కార్పొరేట్ సోషల్ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ సెక్షన్ 135 షెడ్యూల్ 7 తీసుకొచ్చారు. వాళ్ళ ఉద్దేశం ఏంటంటే గవర్నమెంట్తో ఇన్వాల్వ్మెంట్ లేకుండా మీ 2% ప్రదేశానికి, ప్రపంచానికి అందితే అద్భుతమైనటువంటి చేంజ్ మేకర్స్, చేంజ్ సీకర్స్ వస్తారు కదా అనేటువంటి ఆలోచనతో వాళ్ళు చేశారు. 2% చేస్తే ఇప్పుడున్న రెక్కల్లో సుమారు 12 నుంచి 15,000 కోట్లు, 15,000 crores విల్ కమ్ టు ద పైప్ లైన్. ఆలోచించండి. ఇది కార్పొరేట్ సోషల్ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ. అయితే ఎప్పుడు చేయాలి? సార్ మార్చి 31 మా దగ్గర 5 కోట్లు ఉంది సార్. అప్పటిదాకా నిద్రపోయారు దుర్మార్గులు కార్పొరేట్స్. 5 crores ఉంది సార్. స్వామి మరి అభయ ఫౌండేషన్ ద్వారా ఏమన్నా చేస్తారా సార్? ఏం చేయాలి సార్? ఒక రోజులో నేనేం చేస్తాను సార్? ఫట్ అని తినేస్తా అంతే, ఇంక నేనేం చేస్తా? అట్ట కాదండి, కుదరదు. చూడండి సార్, ఏదన్నా బిల్లు గిల్లు ఏమైనా ఉంటే మాకు ఇచ్చేసిన తర్వాత నెక్స్ట్ ఇయర్ చూసుకోండి. క్వశ్చనే లేదు. ఇంకా ఒకరు వస్తారు, సార్ నేను CFO సార్, XYZ కంపెనీ, మాకు 1 కోటి రూపాయలు ఉందండి, కెన్ యూ ప్లీజ్ అడ్జస్ట్ విల్ గివ్ 1 crore, యూ టేక్ 15 lakhs, యూ గివ్ అస్ 85 lakhs బ్యాక్ అంటాడు. ఏమిట్రా బాబు, బిజినెస్ చేస్తున్నాం ఏమైనా? బ్లడీ బిజినెస్. న్యూ సెన్సు నాన్ సెన్సు ఉండని ప్రదేశాన్ని మనం చూసినప్పుడు నిజమైన కార్పొరేట్ సోషల్ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ. న్యూ సెన్సు నాన్ సెన్స్ ఎక్కడున్నా సరే న్యూ ఇయర్ సెన్స్లో ఆలోచించాలి కార్పొరేట్స్. దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ లక్ష్మి. వాట్ షుడ్ బి CSR? వాళ్ళని చూసి నేర్చుకోవాలి మనం. చేసేదంతా మంచి పని చేస్తూ వ్యాపారం మాత్రం యూజ్లెస్ చేస్తే ఎట్లా? దెర్ ఆర్ కంపెనీస్ హూ డస్ వండర్ఫుల్ వర్క్, బట్ బిజినెస్ వైజ్ చూస్తే కొద్దిగా వేరే రకంగా క్రిటిసిజం వస్తున్నాయి. మీరు ఇఫ్ యూ గూగుల్ ఇట్, యూ విల్, ఐ డోంట్ వాంట్ టు నేమ్ ద కంపెనీస్, దెర్ ఆర్ కంపెనీస్ హూ ఆర్ గెటింగ్ బ్యాడ్ నేమ్ వైల్ డూయింగ్ గుడ్ వర్క్. బిజినెస్ ఈజ్ బ్యాడ్, క్యా కర్నా? అలాగా ఈ యొక్క కంట్రీలో ప్రాస్పెరిటీ రావాలి అంటే పబ్లిక్ ప్రైవేట్ పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఉండాలి. వాళ్ళు కూడా ఎథికల్గా ఉండాలి, మారల్గా ఉండాలి. ఈ విషయాలన్నీ కూడా మనం ఆలోచించాలి. ఆ NGOs అంతా వచ్చారు, చాలా సంతోషం. ఐ సాల్యూట్ ఈచ్ వన్ ఆఫ్ యూ. కారణం ఏంటంటే యు ఆర్ నాట్ ఆర్డినరీ, యు ఆర్ ఎక్స్ట్రాడినరీ. మీకు డబ్బులు లేకపోవచ్చు, వనరులు లేకపోవచ్చు, కానీ బుద్ధి ఉంది, చెయ్యాలనే బుద్ధి ఉందండి. చాలా సంతోషం, చాలా సంతోషం. ఐ ఫీల్ వెరీ హ్యాపీ. ఐ వుడ్ లైక్ టు టెల్ యూ అబౌట్ అభయ ఫౌండేషన్. ఇప్పటిదాకా లాస్ట్ 22 decadesలో ఒక 10 లక్షల మందికి హెల్ప్ చేసి ఉంటాం. 10 లక్షల మందికి, నాట్ జోక్. 10 lakhs బాయ్స్ మాట రూపంలో, చేత రూపంలో, ఏదో రూపంలో ఒక 15,000 to 18,000 పీపుల్కి ఎంపవర్ చేసి ఉంటాం. డ్రైవింగ్, బ్యూటీషియన్, టైలరింగ్, మొబైల్ రిపేర్, ఎలక్ట్రికల్, హౌస్ వైరింగ్, మగ్గం, కంప్యూటర్స్, ఇలా 6 to 7 థింగ్స్. మా ఉద్దేశం ఏంటంటే ఇక్కడ ఎంతోమంది NGOs ఉన్నారు. ఎక్కడైనా ఎవరికైనా వనరులు లేవు అంటే మీరు మనుషులను తీసుకురండి, మీ పేరు మీద మా క్యాంపసెస్లో ఫ్రీగా వాళ్ళకి టూల్ కిట్స్ ఇచ్చి ఏ కార్యక్రమమైనా చేసే ప్రయత్నం మేము చేస్తాము. ఆంధ్ర, తెలంగాణ, తమిళనాడు, కర్ణాటక 4 స్టేట్స్లో క్యాంపస్లు ఉన్నాయి. ఎనీ టైమ్ ప్లీజ్ లెట్ us know how you can collaborate with us. పేరు మీదే, బ్యానర్ మీద మీ పేరే పెట్టుకోండి, ఏం తొందర లేదు. డబ్బులకి మీకు సంబంధం లేదు. మేం తెస్తాం, అడక్క తింటామో, దొంగిలిస్తామో, బెగ్, బారో, స్టీల్, అదేదో మేము చేస్తాం. మీరు రండి, ముందుకు రండి. మీరు 30 మందిని తెస్తే 30 రోజులు మా దగ్గర పెట్టండి, మీకేం కావాలో నేర్పించి పంపించేస్తాం. ఐ హావ్ సీన్ సమ్ ట్రాన్స్జెండర్స్ ఆల్సో. వీ వుడ్ లైక్ టు టెల్ దెమ్, మై డియర్, నాన్సెన్స్ అయిపోతుంది. వీ వుడ్ లైక్ టు ఎంపవర్ దెమ్. గవర్నమెంట్ ఈజ్ సేయింగ్ వీ వుడ్ లైక్ టు ట్రైన్ దెమ్ యాజ్ ఏ ట్రాఫిక్ కానిస్టేబుల్స్. నో, వీ డోంట్ బిలీవ్ ఆల్. We would like to extend our fullest possible cooperation for transgenders community. Please come to us. We will try to collaborate with each of you. అంటే ప్రతి ఒక్కడు మారల్గా, ఎథికల్గా ఆలోచించడం మొదలు పెడితే అద్భుతాలు సాధించవచ్చు అనడానికి నేను ఈ వేదిక మీదకి వచ్చి మాట్లాడే ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నాను. ఎప్పుడైనా చూడండి, ఫైండ్ ఎ రీజన్ టు సెలబ్రేట్, ఫైండ్ ఎ రీజన్ టు మేక్ ఎ డిఫరెన్స్. April 8th నా తెలుగు బర్త్డే. April 8th, March 8th ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ఉమెన్స్ డే. ప్రతి సంవత్సరం ఒక నెల రోజుల పాటు నేను క్యాంపెయిన్ చేస్తూ ఉంటాను. ఈ సంవత్సరం March 8th ఒక క్యాంపెయిన్ చేశాను, ఫండ్ రైజింగ్ క్యాంపెయిన్. అయ్యా, ఎవడైనా బర్త్డే ముందే వస్తుంది చెప్తాడా? నేను చెప్తా. నాకేంది, నా బర్త్డే ఎప్పుడు వస్తుంది? నాకు బర్త్డే అది ముఖ్యం, దానివల్ల వచ్చే ఇంపాక్ట్ ముఖ్యం. నా బర్త్డే 8వ తేదీ వస్తుంది, April 8వ తేదీ. మీరందరూ ఎట్లాగో నాకు విష్ చేస్తారు. ఈ సంవత్సరం మాత్రం మీరు విష్ చేసినా చేయకపోయినా పర్వాలేదు. 56th బర్త్డే. ఏంది స్వామి, మీకు 55 కదండి, ₹1 ఎక్కువ వస్తుంది కదా నా ఆలోచన. 56th బర్త్డే, 560 రూపీస్ ఇవ్వండి విరాళము, ఎనీ మల్టిపుల్స్ ఆఫ్ 560 అని చెప్పి మెసేజ్ పెట్టాను. నా ఫోన్లో 10,000 కాంటాక్ట్స్ ఉంటాయి, ఫోన్లో పెట్టాను, ఫేస్బుక్లో పెట్టాను. 24 గంటల్లో 3.5 లక్షలు వచ్చింది ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తంగా. ఈరోజు యాజ్ ఆఫ్ నౌ ద క్యూమికోండి 9 డేస్లో 8 lakhs వచ్చింది. దీంతో 2,500 అంబ్రెల్లాస్, క్యానోపీ అంబ్రెల్లాస్, మీడియం సైజ్ అంబ్రెల్లా చూద్దాం. 1000 రూపాయలు ఇస్తా. డొనేషన్. డూ ఇట్ ఫర్ నేషన్. డొనేషన్. డూయింగ్ ఫర్ నేషన్ ఫర్ డొనేషన్. పట్టిన పట్టేదో పట్టనే పట్టితివి పట్టు నెగ్గడిదాకా అట్టయుండు. పట్టిన పట్టేదో పట్టనే పట్టితివి పట్టు నెగ్గడిదాకా అట్టయుండు. కోరినదేదియో కోరనే కోరితివి కోరిక తీరుడుదాకా కోరి నిలువు. అడిగినదేదియో అడగనే అడిగితివి అడిగినదిచ్చుదాకా అట్టు నిలువు. తలచినదేదియో తలచినే తలచితివి తలుపు తీరుడుదాకా తరలకుండు. పోరు పడలేక కంపెనీ అయినా బ్రోవలయు ఒడలు తెలియక మనమైన చావవలయు. అంతేకాని మధ్యలో వెళ్ళుట ఎన్జిఓ లక్షణము కాదు అని మనం అందరం అనుకోవాలి. ఎక్కడికైనా కంపెనీకి పట్టుకున్నామా నా సామిరంగా వాడన రావాలి, మనమన్న సావాలి, అట్లుండాలి. ఎస్ ఆర్ నో? ఎస్ ఆర్ నో? అరే ఎస్ అండి. మన నిజంగా ప్యాషన్ ఇన్ ద స్టమక్, కంపాషన్ ఇన్ ద హార్ట్. ప్యాషన్ ఇన్ ద స్టమక్, compassion in the heart, innovation in the brain. These 3 things will make us unstoppable for NGOs in the country. Let's have those 3 qualities. Okay na? Vedana? Namaskaram. Jai Bolo Bharat Mata ki. Jai Bolo Angada ki. Jai Bolo Andhra Pradesh ki. Jai Bolo Karnataka ki. Jai Bolo Tamil Nadu ki. Jai Bolo Hyderabad ki. Jai Bolo NGOs ki. Jai Bolo corporates ki. Jai Bolo Anurag University ki. Namaskaram.
Thank you, sir. So that was undoubtedly a power-packed opening session post-lunch. Thank you, Swamiji, for redefining CSR as citizen social responsibility. Now, moving on to the next speaker of the session. She is a woman activist working towards women empowerment, and she has been promoting the Indian handlooms to every corner of the world, starting from Dalai Lama to Barack Obama. Let's put our hands together in welcoming Ms. Poonam Kaur onto the stage of CSR Summit.
Is the mic on? Hi. Namaskara, namaskaram, vanakkam, sat shri akal. And I'm sure that all of you, with this wonderful presentation of Sir saying Bharat Mata Ki Jai, have learned a lot. Trust me, when I came in here, I only knew that I had to give awards. I did not know that I was supposed to speak. And speaking is my favorite thing. Speaking up, especially when they say no to you. Speaking up when a girl gets raped. Speaking up when you're suppressed. And that happens every now and then, every time, when a woman, when a girl speaks up. What happens to her? She's either killed, suppressed, or like me, banned. Well, I'm Poonam Kaur. I was an actor, and I started raising voice against rape, against injustice, standing here after fighting with many biggies in my life. What truly brought me here was one of my favorite birthdays which happened. Whenever I celebrated birthday with my friends and families and, with parties and all of that, it was cool, it was nice. But then COVID hit, right? COVID hit, we all were there. I had met with an accident where I was supposed to be on the bed for 2 years. And then in that accident, I had COVID, long COVID. I had almost 14 injections on my face, pus coming out of everywhere, back gone. Imagine being an actor, facing a camera, then your skin goes down, you lose your marriage. And then at the same time, you're fighting with so many people. Then people say, chhod de, kaam mat kar. You know, it's totally fine. But when the Disha incident happened in Hyderabad, I ran. When I saw the body, burnt, the mother crying, helpless, shook me up completely. I'm sorry to say, but the media was only making news and not finding solution. The media was raising a voice, a lot of general public came in. We had a fight. I said, या तो फिर इसको अभी खत्म करो, वरना पता नहीं क्या होगा. Because when a girl goes and complains, उसको क्या पूछा गया था? कि वो किसी के साथ भाग तो नहीं गई? As soon as there's a problem with a girl, if she's a victim, she becomes a criminal. As soon as you raise a voice, as soon as you say you have a problem, that's the day I decided that I will be raising a voice against powerful criminals. It could be Nirbhaya, it could be Disha, or it could be Prajwal Revanna. I have raised a voice for all three people, and I'm glad results were shown. And that is the power of common man, common people, and common public, and the real yogis who are not bothered about the left side or the right side of the political system where the promises are being made, where you just come during elections, you know, हम ये देंगे, हम वो देंगे, हम ये कर देंगे, हम वो कर देंगे. You know, we will give you free bus services, we'll give you this, we'll give you that, and after the elections, everything is gone. Today, I had heard that, you know, we had somebody from the right side and the left side who was supposed to come, but they would not come. Why? Because it doesn't really benefit them. And the people who follow the real term of Karmane Vadikaraste Ma Phaleshu Kadachana are the NGOs. So please clap for yourself. I had the opportunity when I was raising a voice against a lot of people that your life is done. It's over. It's fine. And I stood by myself and I said, during the COVID, when I was on the bed, and I generally on the bed, I said, let me raise some money for children, for their education, because nobody had connected them. Nothing truly was happening. We all got together, 15 of us, and around 60 to 100 children from Sahyog organization were educated, and when they celebrated the birthday, when I was bedridden, that was the best birthday ever in my life. Best birthday, क्योंकि जब एक बच्चा उठ के ना दीदी मुझे ये पढ़ाई भी नहीं आती थी, लेकिन आपके वजह से पता है मैं पढ़ पाया और मैंने 10th standard पास कर ली. You know what kind of a satisfaction that is? You know what kind of love that is? Bhagat Singh said, I'm a man and whatever concerns the mankind concerns me. Gandhiji said, what you think, what you say and what you do, when all of them are together, that's true happiness. But in nowadays situation, where fame, the instant fame, is being projected as success, everything instant is being projected as success, somewhere we are losing our ground. So NGOs, I'm sure आप बहुत सारी problems face करते होंगे. You know, you face a lot of problems. మీకు పని చేయడానికి చాలా problems వస్తాయి. కానీ మీరే, you are the people who are the true karma yogis of this country. I heartfully say that. And I mean it. I have worked with my sister who has an organization called Sahyog. I have seen how mothers, let me just, because anyways this is an unplanned talk. If we have various institutions, you know, you have, police stations, hospitals, everything. They do the job of a father. The institutions are there, you can go there. But NGOs reach where no one else can reach. And that's the love of mother, of a grandmother, which you give. You people make humanity live in this country. Humanity live, which is the most difficult part. So as a human, I'm thanking each one of you, even Sir Guru Garu who has come, no matter which affiliation you're coming from, no matter which corporate you're coming from. If you have changed life on the ground, you're the true heroes. You're the real heroes. I've come here to express my gratitude more than anything else to you, and to remind that fame is truly not success. And if it was not for you people, each and every girl, each and every woman going there, speaking about sanitary pad napkins maybe, going there and treating acid victims maybe, going there and looking after grandfathers and grandmothers maybe. You know, politicians give promises. You people keep promises, and that's what NGOs are. Thank God they're non-governmental organizations, and I don't know who will have an objection of me saying this. I have one request, because one of my dreams has truly come true. The time I thought, you know, everything was just over in my life, imagine losing everything, almost everything, like marriage, health, face. But one power which helped me, which I want you people to believe, which is the truth of this country, is God. I'm a student of Brahma Kumaris Association, and my meditation and my culture and my family and my mother has helped me stand up here, speak today when everybody said it's all over for you. From being an ambassador for handlooms when I was announced with Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, to giving him a promise that, sir, I will promote handlooms nationally and internationally. And when I was a child, you know, he had come and he made High-Tech City. All of us know we are in this area. And that time I decided, एक दिन ऐसा आएगा कि मैं भी president के साथ खड़ी होंगी, और एक दिन ऐसा आएगा कि मैं खड़े होके वही करूंगी जो मेरे देश के लिए important है. The weavers community. I promoted handlooms with Barack Obama without a plan, and it could only be a miracle and willpower of people who supported me. I made a sari for Michelle Obama on peace. Celebrated 150 years of Gandhiji and United Nations. Became a peace ambassador for Kartarpur Corridor. And all of this, I'm not trying to say it because, you know, I want to propagate what I have done. Because I know that the work I have done has been suppressed because I raised a voice. And it happened at the time where everybody said, it's all over for you. Trust me, girls, especially women sitting here. The time they are trying to tell you, भाई ये सब मत कर, खत्म हो रहा है, तेरी जिंदगी उधर से शुरू होती है, तेरी आत्मा उधर से शुरू होती है, और तुम्हारे पहले हीरो तुम्हारे माँ बाप होते हैं, तुम्हारी मिट्टी होती है, और हमेशा ये याद रखना कि माँ और मातृभूमि की जब तुम सेवा करते हो, कुदरत तुम्हारा हमेशा ख्याल रखती है. Is it okay if I ask you, maybe I'll ask it in the end. So I have written a little poetry on Beti. It's in Hindi. Is it okay if I say it? It's fine? Yeah. So I got to find it. And trust me, this was an unplanned talk. I was prepared to give some awards. All right. And if you like it, you can clap. Otherwise, formally also you can. बेटी से समझ जाता है, यहाँ ही है मेरे देश की बेटी. अगर कलम देश है तो उसकी सियाही है मेरे देश की बेटी. बाप की शान भाई की सुरक्षा है मेरे देश की बेटी. बाप की शान और भाई की सुरक्षा है मेरे देश की बेटी. इसकी आंखों में संसार को देखो, इसकी आंखों में संसार को देखो, इसके हाथों से घर बनाओ, इसके हाथों से घर बनाओ। घर से संसार तक जब चलती है मेरे देश की बेटी, घर से संसार तक जब चलती है मेरे देश की बेटी, बहुत लोगों की किस्मत बदलती है मेरे देश की बेटी, बहुत लोगों की किस्मत बदलती है मेरे देश की बेटी। इसकी आंखों में खुशी हो, आंसू मत देना, इसकी आंखों में खुशी हो, आंसू मत देना। हाथों में कलम हो, जूतों से कुचल मत देना, हाथों में कलम हो, जूतों से कुचल मत देना। जब अपने पैरों से ये घर से चलना सीखे, जब ये अपने पैरों पर अपने घर से चलना सीखे, अपनी हवस से हमेशा के लिए इसकी किस्मत बदल मत देना, अपनी हवस से हमेशा के लिए इसकी किस्मत बदल मत देना। अगर तिरंगा बेटा है, अगर तिरंगा बेटा है, उसे संभालने और लहराने से साथ जुड़ी और खड़ी कमान है मेरे देश की बेटी, साथ खड़ी कमान है मेरे देश की बेटी। मैं आज एक ऐसे व्यक्ति से के बारे में बात करना चाहूँगी। I would like to speak about somebody who I had the opportunity to promote handlooms with, because when I was announced someday that you will be ambassador for Handlooms India, that time I decided why I'm trying to tell you to believe in God and the power of mother and motherland is when I decided on things I did not know how it will happen. When I decided in Delhi to fulfill my dad's wishes to cross the border for peace, I did not know how will it happen. I wanted to make my dad's last wish come true, and I could take and be the peace ambassador, that too invited by the Prime Minister of Pakistan, and I could fulfill my mother's wish. And all of this was on the time when I was bedridden. I was asked to have bed rest and my face was not okay. That's where the miracles come. Miracles come when you're karma yogis, when your heart is pure. Miracles come when you serve selflessly. Miracles come from humans like you, from NGOs like you who are taking our country forward. और मैं आप सबको बस इतना कहना चाहूँगी, one man who has inspired me and who I could really promote handlooms with, जिसके लिए मैं चाहती हूँ आज सारे corporates और NGOs ठहर जाए 2 मिनट के लिए for peace, is Ratan Tata. I had spoken to him. I had made his portrait. And a man like Ratan Tata said thank you, and that was my biggest success. 2 minutes of silence for him, if you could get up, for Ratan Tata. Thinking of him and sending him Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to Ratan Tata. Thank you to every corporate. My aim and my dream is a zero rape society in this country. And when we will be able to safeguard the women and the betis of this country, that's when we can say, Bharat Mata Ki! Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Poonam Kaur. The next speaker is a distinguished transgender rights activist, and she is a powerful advocate of social justice. Through policy advocacy and grassroots activism, she works to create a more inclusive society, leveraging CSR to drive meaningful change for marginalized communities. So join me proudly in welcoming Ms. Vaijayanti Vasanta Mogli onto the stage of CSR Summit.
me a moment while I set this up. As a transgender person, I come here to speak not just for myself, but for the very many transgender communities, queer communities, the LGBTIQ persons. I have titled this presentation as Leaving No One Behind, Transforming Indian Economy, with a pun on the word trans, that we are, as transgender persons, integral as well to the Indian economy. अर्थव्यवस्था के हम एक अक्षुण्ण भाग हैं. Now, even before I go and delve into the opportunities for corporate social responsibility engagements in the LGBTIQ spaces, let's take a quick look at the data around us. While the 2011 census threw some data up on on transgender persons as us hovering at around 500,000, the census has not captured data on LGBTIQ persons. Sorry, this is not the presentation. You've projected the wrong presentation. My apologies. I'll park the presentation. I think that the one that's projected is a very old one, which has undergone iterations. So, as the theme of this event is corporate social responsibility and the engagement with LGBTIQ communities, it's but important for us to know that we have existed since times immemorial. The references of this are amply found, abundantly found in our histories, oral as well as written. There was no Mahabharata won without the character of Shikhandi, who stood ahead between the grand patriarch Bhishma and Arjuna, who shielded Arjuna from the wrath of Bhishma. And this is a historic reference. In the Ramayana, when Ram was returning from Vanvas, and as he left for Vanvas, ahead of his Vanvas, Vanvas began, the very many Ayodhya Vasis who accompanied him, he requested them to go back and console his father, the king. On his return, when he finds that there are yet a few people awaiting and trying to welcome him with garlands and harti, he's taken aback. He asks them, but 14 years ago, I told you to go back and console my father, the king. Have you not gone? And then they said, of course, yes, you did, but you were very specific in your instructions. You said, You addressed us as bhaiyon and behno, ladies and gentlemen. We are neither men nor women, so none of what you said, nothing of what you said applies to us, as we are neither men nor women. And this is another very clear historic reference. But I don't think we need to limit ourselves to just the historic or Puranic references of one religion. There are very many other references in the Bible to transgender persons of Ethiopia and many other references. And not just to transgender persons, but to also same-sex love and so on. And these are just not Puranic references. These are references that I'm quoting out of judgments of the Honorable Supreme Court, 7-7 judgment, Navdev Singh Johar and others versus Union of India, and in the Nalsa judgment. Now, how does all this tie into corporate social responsibility? While I arrive at that, let us not forget that we also live in a world now which is largely becoming from bipolar to unipolar to perhaps multipolar, where there seem to be multiple centers of power. I don't know if it's democratic, but it's definitely not bi or unipolar, where we have a certain country which is considered the big brother who, and the new government there erases transgender identities, strips us from the sheer right to access public sanitation. And that has had a cascading effect. How does that connect it to corporate social responsibility? That has had a cascading effect with the diversity and inclusion budgets and the corporate social responsibility budgets of those countries who are headquartered in a different continent, but operating in a very big way in India, rolling back their budgets. And here I wish to reiterate that in our country, in India, the diversity, the vividta, the unity in diversity is a principle that's the bloodstream, the backbone, and the cornerstone of our society and ethos. हमारी समाज और हमारी विविधता जो है हमारे समाज की एक अक्षुण्ण अंग है. What are the opportunities in CSR wherein corporates can engage with the LGBTIQ communities and transgender communities? Unlike other marginalized communities, be they persons with disability or any other marginalized community, in our communities, the discrimination begins at home. It begins at home with natal family violence. What do I mean by natal? Families, parents, siblings. The violence and the discrimination begins right there. And very many of our people are either necked out of their homes or they themselves run away from their homes. Here's an opportunity where corporates could engage, should engage with civil society organizations and particularly community-based organizations. While non-governmental organizations and civil society organizations are necessary and should do the important work that they're doing, the primacy must rest with communities. We cannot have disability rights championed only and always by people without disability. Disability rights should be championed by that constituency of people with disability. We cannot have women's rights championed only by a bunch of men. Women's rights need to be front-ended, foregrounded by women, and men should be welcome to join in any time. We also cannot have LGBTIQ rights championed only and always by non-LGBTIQ actors. That is not to say that they should never champion it. That is to say that the primacy should be accorded to LGBTIQ persons. Nothing about us without us. Nothing about women without women. nothing about persons with disability without persons with disability. And this is a core principle that we borrow out of disability jurisprudence. This has time and again been reiterated in the disability rights movement. Nothing about us without us. Then I move on from family to education. Education is another field where our connection with education gets snapped because of the fact that we are alienated by our own families, and hence our access to education gets cut. In my very own case, other than the fact that I have studied full-time till 10th, my intermediate was as a private candidate because I was necked out of my home, as is the case with many other transgender persons. I'm not trying to make this all about myself. My undergraduate education was also through distance education Zindabad. And thereafter, all my education was through distance education. Now, this cannot continue because many of us are not from STEM, because when we do distance education, it becomes very difficult to pursue careers in STEM. Here's an opportunity for corporates to partner with civil society organizations, particularly the community-based organizations like Mobera, like Darpan, like QT Center, so on and so forth. There are very many of them. So ensure that there are scholarships, both need and merit-based scholarships for queer and transgender persons. From education, I shall quickly move on to employment. From inviting community-based organizations, particularly and only during the Pride Month, which is very reminiscent of the Indian electoral system. In the Indian electoral system, elections happen once in 5 years. And it's just once in 5 years, perhaps 2 months before elections, when the stereotypical when the stereotypical politician descends upon slums seeking votes. Similarly, during the Pride Month every year, which is in the month of June, corporations swarm into community-based organizations, to speakers and so on. But in the rest of the 11 months, what's happening on ground? This is a question that corporations, the private sector, corporate social responsibility, diversity and inclusion must ask itself. I'm not using the word diversity, equity and inclusion purely because, one, there's been a huge rollback in the US, which has had a ripple effect and a cascading effect in the rest of the world. And whether or not there are diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives, corporate social responsibility is enshrined in law and is a mandate under the Companies Act, under the Companies amendments to the Company Act 2013. From there, we want to see our transgender, queer talent as corporate honchos, as IAS officers, as IPS officers, perhaps also as political representatives representing the Indian voter, finding their rightful place in legislative assemblies, in parliaments, in people's bodies. From employment, I shall move on then to healthcare. There is very little research and very little body of knowledge in healthcare, particularly of transgender persons. While there's ample data on the ailments, medical ailments that ail male persons and female persons, there is little or no research or body of research or any history of research on medical literature on transgender and intersex persons. Now, this gap needs to be bridged. This gap needs to be bridged in conjunction with civil society and non-governmental organizations, particularly, again, time and again, I reiterate, primacy to community-based organizations, and for there to be ample research and funding. No research can happen without funding. Hospitals and community-based organizations alike need to be funded. From healthcare, I shall then move on to housing. People get necked out of their homes. LGBTIQ communities get necked out of their homes. While there could be some government schemes of the central and state governments, they are conspicuous by their inadequacy. Our populations are huge. As per the census of 2011, the transgender population, and this census, mind you, is about 14 years old. Our transgender population is 500,000. And as per the affidavits filed in the Supreme Court in the Navtej Singh Johar judgment, our population, that the government of India said when it filed its affidavit, its notarized sworn affidavit in the Supreme Court, is that our population of the LGBTIQ communities is 8 to 10% of the overall population. We are now trailing at 142 crores, and 8 to 10% of that could be anywhere from 12 to 14 crores. So this is a huge population, and this is based on global averages, on the Kinsey scale and other research. Housing is a huge problem. Corporations, the private sector, through corporate social responsibility, must take up pilot projects on housing, because the public funds, the taxpayers' money will not be enough to do this. And finally, I close my case with the fact that there is ample opportunity for corporate social responsibility and for the private sector to step in. As the earlier speakers have said, where there is a will, there is a way. And if at all there is anything that separates us or any marginalized community from the rest of the mainstream society, it is just opportunity, opportunity, and opportunity. Thank you.
Done? How to use it?
So the next speaker, he's a leader at the Anstar DM Healthcare, and he's instrumental in disaster relief and resilience building efforts. His work leverages CSR initiatives to support crisis management, ensuring timely interventions, medical aid, and long-term rehabilitation for communities affected by disasters. So join me as we welcome the next speaker onto the stage of CSR Summit, Mr. Dada Sargar.
Good evening, all. I hope everybody is here awake. Are you all here? I don't believe on something called last of the stars, but I am the last here. First of all, I would like to thank CSR Summit and the organizers having us here as an Anstar representative. I'm not going to take much of time. Everybody knows theoretically what is disaster, why it happens, is it man-made, is it a natural disaster? Anstar is a brand which works for last 40 plus years into the medtech industry. I will again not get into theoretical things much because, as I said, we have been studying disaster for so many years, right from schooling to college, and then most of us are working in the industry. I'm sure many of the NGOs are working for disaster preparedness, rehab, and all of that. But just to get a context to it, in a 30-second, so disaster always is equal to hazard, and we need to map them well in advance because, as we know, as a human nature, we are a selfish people. We have taken a lot of resources from the natural ecosystem, and as a result, now we are paying the price. You must have heard about Amazon was on fire last year. A lot of natural disasters are happening. Why not? We had last year landslides happening, and few 100,000 people has died last year. And Aster was very crucial to support from the medical ecosystem there. We had launched some of the programs. So when we talk about disaster, we talk about the hazard, the vulnerability, the capacity where we can respond to that in terms of preparedness and the preparedness and the recovery part of it. So when we talk about preparedness, which is something we get into what we do before the disaster happens, focus more on is rehab and rehabilitation, and which has a focus more on is rehab and rehabilitation, and which has a prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery. I think those are the crucial things when we talk about disaster, be it pre or the post. Now, so there is an ecosystem of government, and I would like to thank on behalf of this ecosystem. I was looking for some topics to talk on international philanthropy, decoding finance, decoding grant making, outcome-based finance, strategic CSR investment for impact, driving social impact ESG. But they said you are the last of the Sahara and talk about disaster. So bad on that part here. So we'll be talking it here on disaster. So yeah, so thanks to all of you who are working. I'm sure most of you works on the disaster side. A couple of them I know that are a part of CSR here, and you guys are doing fantastic things, working together to right from central ministry to PM's office to state to district to panchayat, and then vis-a-vis working on from the ecosystem part, which is CSR, social entrepreneurs, and the government side of it. Why it is moving. So this is pretty much a list what we do probably during and post disasters as an rehab from the rehab perspective. I wanted to pause it here and talk about if you look at the CSR spend. So disaster comes out at the fourth quadrant, where around 40% has been spent on the disaster when it comes to government partnerships. Now, governments, any small ministry has more than 29,000 crore or whatever crore budget CSR has. That is the ministry budget. But why it is important to work as a CSR ecosystem is collaboration can bring diversity and direct impact as far as the rehab is concerned. When we talk about implementation frameworks or on key priority areas of CSR, this is already in public domain. This is the data I have taken from a very recent study done by one of the consulting firm. Whereas when we talk about collaborative approach, disaster again goes, as far as the spend is concerned, only 0.8%. On the contrary, last couple of years, since CSR has started in India, which is 2014, we have more than 2,000 ghost villages in India. Prior last 6 years, it was 1,000. Now it has doubled the villages. What I mean by ghost is we do not know where are these villages, what is the ecosystem. Complete villages has been vanished, and there is nothing happening on those sides. Government is trying, but a long way to go. Now coming to ease of government partnerships, where disaster again goes about 4% as far as thematic spends are concerned. As usual, education tops, the livelihood tops, the environment and climate change is also on third rank 3 as far as the CSR spends last 5 years trends are concerned. But however, I feel that we need to spend more from the strategic perspective. We need to allocate more CSR money as far as the prevention is concerned, strategies are concerned, getting prepared for any disaster is concerned, making now we talk about educational policies, NEP. I think it took 70 years to get into that NEP part, and then we are executing that NEP now. That's quite complicated topic. I don't want to get into that, but there now we're talking about experiential learning, and we should teach children how to respond to some accident, how to respond if children is crossing a river, some flood is coming, how they can stop, or all those basic things as a part of experiential learning. I think that should be part of the, it should have been part of experiential learning or NEP quite some time back, and with blended learning and all. But it's good that NEP is coming to thing, and hopefully we should have a better picture going forward. So if you look at disaster spend, this was the data of last year, where we talk about 29,000 crore. It's a huge industry in last 10 years. When we talk about, if you club the PM Care, which is about 15.5 crore, and then there is another angle to it, which is clubbed under conservation resources and environment, which is 2,000, almost like 3,000 crore is where it's gone. So I strongly believe that disaster preparedness money has to be, increased, and that's what sector 10 talks about. Strategist talks about that we should allocate more money in terms of building capacities of the ecosystem, which is government, the community, the schools, so that we are well prepared. Something unforeseen happens, we're well prepared to face it and then bounce back, in much better way. As we know, Maharashtra was top in terms of either overall CSR spend vis-a-vis also disaster. We've seen a lot of disasters in that region. Then second is your Gujarat, UP, the central part of it, and then south, of course, Rajasthan, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, all, which account to 76%. And very hardly like 5% has gone to 5% has gone to South, Assam and those areas. Yes, so that's what is happening. So what I strongly believe, being in CSR for last 14 long years, much before into CSR, law came into picture, worked with more than few hundred companies and more than 2,000 NGOs, and spent about 400 crores of money across 11 countries globally and across 17 SDG. I believe that we need to now. Decade was pretty much about learning, doing mistakes, reporting, compliance. Now, and I'm optimistic, being one of the top CSR of India and representing Aster here. I strongly believe that we need to spend more on strategic front rather than, as far as CSR is concerned, than isolations, one of its kind. Chairman want to spend on education, let's say livelihood, that is good, but is it something aligning with my strategic or core business offering? I think that is something is going to be taken up to the next level as far as the next decade, which is 2024, 2034 is concerned. And as an expert, I understand is that the industry is going to become almost 90,000 crore by 2034. So huge money is going to come to the CSR. So hope that some strategic collaborations happens, and together we have the collective actions to face those disasters, probably prevent it in terms of prevention versus the risk assessment. And when we understand our risk well, I think we can face it well and then bounce back well. Perhaps we are well prepared for all the three quadrants of life cycle of disaster. Now, this is the last slide. Aster has been very, very pro and pretty much on the first on the planet to contribute. As far as disaster priorities are concerned, we work in four thematics. The landslide happened in Kerala. So we have promised government of Kerala that we not only worked on the gifting them houses, but ensure that there is ecosystem created for the school is there, the education is there, the skilling ecosystem has been prepared, entrepreneurship has been created, roads have been developed, electricity has been given. So entire ecosystem has built in those villages there. We also look at when there is displacement happens, we also look at the different levels, livelihood and all those things. We provide them seed capital so that they can set up their own enterprises, be it small kirana stall or tea stall or wherever their IQ and EQ works. We try to help these guys with mentorship and seed capital, etc. And we are very much strategic in terms of CSR giving is concerned. Recently, very unfortunately, we had this disaster was happened in Wayanad. Landslide suddenly happened, and people knew that it is happening because, of course, when you build the ecosystem, you extract so much from the nature, things are coming back. It's as simple as that. So are we really prepared for it? The answer is no. So, and it is going to take another 100 years to settle that and balance the equation between ecosystem which was there 100 years back and then what we see now. We will take another 100 years to build that back. That's where we will have a big green economy and all of that. So I hope we could work together. I always strongly believe in power of strategic collaborations for last 17 years, and I have always done those innovative programs and build scalable models where we can look at collaborative actions to achieve SDG by 2030, and then there is a roadmap for Vikasit Bharat. Thank you so much for calling, and I will be happy to talk to people here. We will be going very big way in support. With its consent, we will say that we have RB group of hospitals here, and we're going to work in a couple of good NGOs here. We have very different model of funding, so blended finance as far as CSR is concerned, where we talk about sustainability part of it. So happy to speak to some of the NGOs. That is precisely the reason why I was here all the way from Delhi. So thank you so much, organizers, for the opportunity. I hope to add value wherever where is one count is good to make the 10x impact. Thank you so much.
Differently abled individuals through skill development and job placements. Congratulations, Mr. Suresh Kumar Danturi, on receiving the award for Skill Development Initiative NGO. Next award category is Doing Good for the Neurodiversity Awareness, and the winner of this award is Afra Samin. Afra Samin actively raises awareness about neurodiversity, promotes inclusivity, and supports individuals with diverse neurological conditions through education and advocacy, fostering a more accepting society. So let's put our hands together for Afra Samin on receiving this award for doing good for the neurodiversity awareness. Congratulations. The next category is the Young Changemaker NGO, and the award goes to Mr. Shivakrishna Juluru. With over 8 years of experience in corporate social responsibility, Shivakrishna has led impactful initiatives in community development, health, stakeholder engagement, and sustainable partnerships. So let's welcome Mr. Shivakrishna Juluru, the Young Changemaker NGO Award recipient in the CSR Summit. The next category is the CSR in Digital Education, and the award goes to Mr. Ashok Padapati. Vadanya Jana Society adopts government schools, provides digital teaching, and mentors students. And it conducts talent tests for the high schoolers and DSC aspirants in Anandapur and Satyasai district, supporting top performers by the performers from the underprivileged backgrounds. So congratulations, Mr. Ashok Padapati, for receiving the CSR in Digital Education Award. And the next category is the Initiative of the Year CSR, and the award goes to Ms. Mamata, that is Padmaja Ramani. Mamata is the social arm of Infosys Hyderabad, drives social impact through health, education, environment, and women empowerment initiatives. So on behalf of Mamata, let's invite Padmaja Ramani to come onto the stage and collect the award for Initiative of the Year CSR. This year it has benefited around 1 lakh individuals with 23 crores in the community projects. The next category is the Education Initiative NGO, and the award goes to Inquilab. Winquilab is dedicated to nurturing problem-solving skills in children by encouraging and supporting their ideas. And through initiatives like the Think and Make program and the School Innovation Challenge, they have reached over 3.5 lakh students, generating 1 lakh plus innovative ideas. So congratulations the team Winquilab for the Education Initiative NGO Award. And the next category is the Excellence in Education, and this award goes to Mr. Ravi Kalidindi. We are proud to recognize Ravi Kalidindi, founder and president of Abhayam Foundation, at the South India CSR Summit 2025. With 22 plus years in IT, HR and procurement, he has made a mark in both corporate and social sectors. Congratulations, Mr. Ravi Kalidindi, on receiving the Excellence in Education Award. And the next category is the Leader of the Year CSR. And this award goes to Ms. Malati. Ms. Malati is a seasoned real estate professional with 2 decades of experience in leasing operations and business development. Do we have Ms. Malati here? Yeah, okay, thank you. And the next award is the category of Environmental Conservation Initiative NGO, and this award goes to Mr. S.K. Lenin Babu. S.K. Lenin Babu, a progressive singer, has inspired millions through his music and activism. Leaving his government job in 2007, he launched Vidyarthi Alochinchu, impacting over 2 million students on education, environment and values. Congratulations, Mr. S.K. Lenin Babu, on receiving the award. The next award is the Best Partnership for Social Impact, and this award goes to Vidyadan, the Sarojini Damodaran Foundation. The Sarojini Damodar Foundation is someone here? Yeah. And Vidyadan, launched by SFPI in 1999, provides scholarships to underprivileged students for higher education. With over 50,000 scholarships across 20 states, it ensures affordability, mentoring and access. Congratulations team Vidyadan, Sarojini Damodaran Foundation, on receiving the Best Partnership for Social Impact Award.
వచ్చనమ్మా చాలారి పూలు పెట్టి జాతరులు తెచ్చనమ్మా తంగేడు పూలు పెట్టి కంకాణ దూకేనమ్మా ముక్కు ముక్కెర పెట్టి లోకాల నేలనమ్మా ముందార చూడంగా మున్నూరు కన్నులమ్మా వెనకాల చూడంగా నీ కన్న పెద్ద దిక్కులో కాళ్ళ ఎక్కడుంది నైవేద్యం పెట్టంగా మా కాడ ఏమిటుంది మనలన్నీ అలకించి వరమీయవే తల్లి కన్నా బిడ్డలను కాపాడవే తల్లి
వత్తాంటే పోతాంటే ఓ రామశిలక నడిచేటి దారుల్లో మొలిసింది మొలక ఆ మొలకే చెట్టయి కొమ్మల్లే వేసాయి ఆ కొమ్మే మొగ్గేసి తీరొక్క పువ్వు పూసి ఆ పువ్వే అందంగా బతుకమ్మయ్యే కొమ్మల పూలే కోసియాలా టుంగుటుయాల టుంగుటుయాల కొమ్మల పూలే కోసియాల టుంగుటుయాల టుంగుటుయాల రంగుల పూలే రాసివయాల పూనీలాల చెరువుల్లో నీరొచ్చే ఈ వేళ నీరొక్క పువ్వులతో బతుకమ్మ పెంచాలి అలకెత్తి గౌరమ్మను తరలిల్లాలి అలల చెరువు కట్ట మీద
multidisciplinarity. Industry academia collaboration. Earlier, industry academia collaboration was talked very separately than the research objectives. But now, they are aspects, they are very important aspect of all the research that happens. So industry and academia not only have to come together only for placements quote unquote, but also for research purposes. The fourth one, solving societal challenges. And I was talking to a couple of people sitting here that you all must have heard of intellectual property being generated in corporates and in universities and education institutes. There is also an alignment, clear alignment there in the changing landscape of universities. So research and IP creation, intellectual property creation and patent filing has also become a very important aspect of universities, changing research and innovation landscape. Startups and incubation. India is now third largest hub of startups in the whole world. It is at third number. So from where is this coming again? This is all coming from the new paradigms emerging in the research and innovation landscape. So this is another important aspect of the change landscape, and not to forget sustainable and ethical innovation. Now, corporates sitting here, NGOs working in many of these aspects would be having some bells ringing in their ears now. Some of it looks similar. Much of it looks similar. And that's what the universities do too. So isn't there an alignment between what the universities have to do in research and innovation landscape, what the corporates do, and what the NGOs do? Hence, I am here. I'm still justifying my standing here in front of you. All right, so in terms of university-industry alignment, so we have to create, again, when it comes to our collaboration with industries as universities, and if there are many more higher education institutes or other education institutes sitting here would agree with me that both of us together, if we are taking up or embarking upon any project, we have to see that aspect that we are helping the local communities. Corporates many a times come to higher education institutes wherein they want their employees to be more educated. So many of the employees, when they join corporate, they think, and the corporates also think, that it's the end of story so far as the education is concerned. Now they have to work, earn money, and bring profitability to the company, and also earn bread and butter for their families. But what about aspiring employees who want to further their education? Higher education institutes come in fore. And at Anurag University, we have at least 3 to 4 programs where we are working with the companies, the corporates, wherein their employees come to Anurag University and they can gain additional qualifications while also working within the companies. So isn't it a good thing, like alignment? So aspiring or creating or working for the aspiration of their employees, the corporates also come to the universities, while universities can help them doing that. Similarly, ethical governance. Now this is something, again, the universities can help the corporates, and the corporates can help the education institutes on ethical governance aspects. Another very important point wherein both of them can work together. And mind it, how many of us thought that industry academic partnership can only be for hiring students? It's much more than that. That's the changing landscape. And climate change, circular economy, all these have a lot of impact when industry and academia work together. Also, very important point which is written down there, impact assessment. The universities can help industry and corporate to assess the impact in a scientific manner of all these endeavors which are being taken care together. So impact assessment, so any work which is done without impact assessment, is in my own opinion, it doesn't have meaning. So unless you do something, assess its impact, take a feedback, and do better all the time, this is what industry academia collaboration landscape in contemporary world. So finally, all these expanded into these 10 alignment points. How do universities and corporates align for CSR benefits? And there are countless examples here. Not here, but can be given. But I have just given the cues here how we can align. And of course, NGOs can work as community partners. So I'll give you an example. We have a project at Anurag University which is sanctioned by Department of Science and Technology. A science and technology innovation creating and for bettering the livelihood of the communities. And the important point there in the call for proposal by you cannot work alone, a faculty member and some students cannot work alone. There has to be a couple of NGO partners. So this is a fantastic. NGO partners are utilizing the fund given by the government for benefit of the local communities. Creation of knowledge is happening within the university through that funds given by the government, but the implementation and impact assessment is being done through an NGO. So, right from policy advocacy and thought leadership, wherein the universities can play a pivotal role to work with the industry, to all these points can be worked upon, give you cues for alignment, how NGOs together hand in hand, so that the real research and innovation takes place for the benefit of the society. And that's where the alignment of objectives of all three of us is there. We also have, and many universities have very important pillar, social immersion programs or social learning programs, wherein we have found that when the students experience and explore working with the communities, the learning gain is much more. They learn empathy. So technical and other professional aspects people learn sitting in the classroom also. But students have to develop the empathy, curation of the problem. Solving the problem comes later. But understanding the problem, curating the problem, these are another very important aspects of learning itself. So all these can happen when universities work together with the corporate, with NGOs. And that is how universities have now emerged to play a very key important role in implementation of CSR objectives of the companies with the help of NGOs, while also creating and traversing the landscape of research and innovation. The objective of my talk was not to give a subscription, but to leave you with lot of thoughts, cues, how we can work together for the betterment of society, how we can have more alignment in terms of these cues, and in terms of alignment of our objectives. That's all from my side. It was a short talk. I didn't want to kind of give you a lot of examples. All of you are practitioners, so you know more examples than me. It's only for us to collaborate more and more for meaningful efforts and for creating an impact for those people for whom it really matters. Thank you.
Yes, undoubtedly social learning in the future. And thank you, ma'am, for throwing light on the role of universities to merge with the corporates and the NGOs for serving the CSR. The next speaker is a passionate advocate for education equity, and she plays a key role in the Sarojini Damodaran Foundation's Vidyadan program. She fosters impactful partnerships that provide scholarships, mentorship, and holistic support to the underprivileged students, transforming lives, quality education. Let's welcome our next speaker onto the CSR Summit stage, Mrs. Meera Rajivan.
Andariki Namaskaram. Bhavnara. That's pretty much the last word in Telugu I am going to speak today. Everyone sitting here today is a problem solver. Everyone is addressing the social challenges that a very vast country like India is facing. So I listened to some wonderful speeches and actions that have been taken by several organizations in the morning and in the afternoon. But I could also sense some sense of discomfort with the role the corporates are playing. With full disclosure, I was on the other side. I was with the IT industry, in the corporate life for 25 years of my life. I moved to social sector 10 years back. So there is a change in thinking that I have, but I also know pretty much how corporates look at this aspect. Okay. So what is the problem that we are trying to address? So India is a country of contradictions. We produce 15 to 18 lakh engineers every year. But we also have 12 to 15 lakh children who are out of school. We have almost gender parity at the time of enrollment at the primary school level. But we have 20-25% representation in labor force for women. When you look at the gross enrollment ratio for our country, it shows that 28% only are able to pursue higher education. And that is the problem Vidyadan is trying to address. It is addressing the AAA factors that are contributing: access, awareness, affordability. And this is an initiative of Shibulal Family Philanthropic Initiative. And you probably know that Mr. Shibulal was one of the co-founders of Infosys. This is a foundation set up by his wife Kumari Shibulal and Shibulal. And when he asked me to join the program, what he asked me was to scale the program. So what is the program? The program Vidyadan is all about providing financial aid, training, and mentoring to meritorious children from economically disadvantaged families. It started with 2 scholarships in the school where Mr. Shibulal studied, and today we are reaching 10,000 children across 20 states in India, including 1,000 from Telangana. Okay. 90% of our students are from rural areas, okay, and 60% are girl children. Okay. And almost 90 to 95% are first generation university goers. And we also have almost everybody studying in government schools and in local language. Okay. So that is the profile of the children that we take. And many may be wondering, why does Mr. Shibulal want other partners? Because in a country like India, this magnitude of the problem is so much, we need to build strong partnerships. So I would like to share few things that worked for Vidyadan in building the partnership ecosystem. And I can very confidently say that in 2015, before 2015, we were only in one state. and now we are in 20 states, and we have scaled 10 times. That is possible, that was possible only because of the partnership, be it corporates, be it individuals, be it our alumni who came back and supported the new generation of students. So I'll just share a couple of things that has really helped us. One is that, from social sector, we think with our heart. And corporates look at problems logic. That is where the first disconnect happens. And so we need to talk as an implementation partner, we need to be smart and talk the language of corporates. So when they ask for impact report, when they ask for data, how it is being used, we need to have data in our fingertips. We should use technology. And I feel it is very important that the trust quotient is extremely important when it comes to all the parties, be it corporate or be it the implementation partner and the beneficiary. There has to be a three-way trust equity that we need to build. So just to give you an example, when Mr. Shiblal asked me to scale the program and take it to all over India and build the partnership ecosystem, he had one condition. He said, I need more people who believe in the cause, who are like-minded, who are willing to support the higher education of one child. We coined it each one, teach one. Okay? But I do not want a single rupee to come to the foundation. That is the level of transparency that we are offering to the corporates. So if whatever amount that they are paying to the students completely goes to the students. So in addition to the students supported by foundation, the corporates are contributing towards the education of, the funding completely goes to the end beneficiary. So the most important thing about building trust is ensuring transparency. Second, on the technology front, so we got 1 lakh applications last year, and we have a very rigorous selection process, including test, interview, and home visits. And we have used technology every step of the journey. Okay? So that makes us very nimble in terms and efficient in terms of our operations, and at the same time, it gives complete view to the sponsors on where the students are, how well they are performing, etc. Again, it goes on to building the trust quotient. Okay? And the other aspect of how corporates have helped is in scaling our training and mentoring programs. Because I believe very strongly that our children, coming from the background that they come from, lack professional role models. If you ask them what you want to be, when they have just completed 10th, we support them from 11th till they complete the graduation of their choice. Okay, so when we ask them, most of the answers is they want to be either doctors or IAS officers. In Telangana, I mostly want to get into IIT also. Okay. So, but we need to show them what are the opportunities out there in the corporate world. Okay, and so that this is, show them the opportunities so that they can make an informed decision. And we would not have been able to reach out to all these children and scale our training and mentoring programs without the help of corporates. Today, several of them are taking employability sessions for our children, and whenever they are taking it, those children end up with 1 or 2 placement offers before they complete their education. Okay, so there is a strong role for corporates also to play in scaling the training, mentoring, etc. Okay. And finally, what we have to remember also is the fact that we may have to co-create some of the solutions with them. So the corporates will have a certain focus area for their CSR, and our programs sometimes may not cater fully into what they are looking for. So to give an example, one of the corporates approached us and said, we want a program only with students with disability. Initially, we were little reluctant because we had to redesign our entire thought process. How are we going to give them training? How are we going to make sure that they have employability skills orientation? Because they will not be able to travel quite a bit. So all these are challenges that we had in mind. But we designed it. We co-created the solution. And I'm so glad we did it because we have now come up with a very strong program to help not the differently abled children, as well as reaching out even to their parents, because that's a very tough thing for the caretakers as well. So these are several ways in which we have been able to build the trust quotient with the corporates. And I would also request the corporates to look at it not from an accountant point of view, but more as an HR angle of view. Then how you look at the program will alter significantly. One is about show me the proof. Show me the proof that you have spent so much on your education. The second one is about, how can I make you successful in your career? The answers and the approach are very different. So that I will leave with this. And when it comes to the impact, we have less than 0.5% dropout rate in this program. So everybody who joins complete their education. Okay. Second, we have doctors, engineers, and even civil services. Our first it's a girl student. She is now serving in IFS in Israel. Okay, and we have a girl who spoke at our 25th year anniversary in Hyderabad, a month back. She is Ruba. She is in Hyderabad now, and she met with an accident which left her paralyzed. We helped her to recover from that, and she underwent further trainings. Now, today, she represents India and has won medals for India in Paralympics. We have another girl, Deepa, who came to Bangalore from a remote village when she was 1 year old with her widowed mother with no roof over their head. And they had to depend on food from temple to survive initially. From that position, her mother did not know how to educate her or get her into engineering. She was a very smart, multi-talented girl. And then Vidya then happened to them. And I am very proud of the fact that, she invited me for her housewarming. She built a house for her mother 3 years after getting a job. So this is the kind of impact that is happening on the ground. And this is the transformation that these programs like Vidyadan can make on the ground. Thank you very much. I request every one of you to join. Each one, teach one. It need not be through money. It need not be in large numbers. But if we can mentor a child, if we can give some career advice, if we can be a role model, volunteer, everything will add on to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Each one teach one, and I'm sure that everyone sitting in this hall is capable of doing that, and we will do that. The next speaker is a leader in inclusive tech. He spearheads Cognizant efforts ensure that young individuals from underserved backgrounds receive the necessary training and opportunities to thrive in the tech.
Yeah, the role of employee volunteering to creating a sustainable communities on how it is going to making an impact. It is very close to my heart because, as they said, right, I represent the cognizant and corporate. I see day in, day out how the employee volunteering happens actually. Before I go to that one, I just want to ask you the simple questions. Maybe we all are, after the tea break, everybody is dizzy or something. So we will take a step back on the volunteering, right? So according to you, what do you mean by volunteering? Anyone? So volunteer is the one who really wants to give his time to empower somebody, to give it back to the community. So I request all of you to have a big round of applause to all the volunteers who are making this event since morning to till it's almost now 6:30, right? That is the power of the volunteering. So they're effortless. They want to make this particular program very success. Similarly, so in India, we have more than 18 crore people who volunteer. They volunteer with the NGO, they volunteer with the government, various segments. When you take these 18 crore people, out of that, almost 50 to 60% of them they are from the one of the, represent any of the corporate actually. That is the power of employee volunteering actually. So now I'm going to discuss about the three key focus areas today, which is what are the key focus areas which the actually employee volunteering can make a difference, and also how it is going to be impacting the communities, and followed by, I think due to the time constraint, we are skipping this one, Mentimeter. So can you please go to the next? Yeah, and the third one, what are the types of the volunteers we come across actually in the corporate industry? The first one, how the corporate volunteers help in the school students. They can share their experiences with the school students. They can conduct the career guidance sessions whenever they have the time. They can also do the life skill sessions, soft skill sessions, and they can teach the basic literacy at least to them whenever they have a time. That is what the corporate employees are doing for the community, for the school student. Similar way, for the skilling, like previous speaker told, conducting the employability skills training sessions, conducting the technology skill sessions, conducting the mentorings to them, and also how to prepare an effective resume for the youth who live in the rural areas, how to attend an interview without fear, and also conducting a mock interviews to them. All these things which can be done for the skilling, under skilling. So for the environment, participating in the lake cleanings, park cleanings activities, plantation drives, nurturing the plants, various environment programs where the corporate employees can give it back to the Mother Earth. So communities is the best example which we come across in the pandemic. We all witness the empathy within us actually. We all cook the food given to the people. We all help the people with the gas cylinder, oxygen cylinders, all those things which they help in the communities, helping the elderly people, helping the para sports, people, person with disabilities, transgenders communities. These are the various key focus areas where the corporate employees will give back to the community. Not only this, helping the healthcare sector, going to the government-run institutions, cancer, childcare cancer institutions, spending the time with them, helping them on, motivating them, mentoring them. So these are the key focus areas where the corporate employees can really make an impact actually. But by doing this, why I have to do this one, right? What is in it for me? So that is what make more biggest question for the lot of corporate employees. Why I have to do it? What is it for me? Because the corporate employees works in the more than 10 hours, 12 hours. By giving back to the community, they will overcome the stress. And by giving others, you will gain a lot. And by helping others, helping the school students, helping the youth, they will learn the new skills. They will overcome the public speakings. They develop their interpersonal skills. All these things will happen to the corporate employees for themselves as well by helping the communities. Now we will see what are the how and what are the different areas which the impact can be created by the corporate employees. The first and most important thing, when somebody working in the corporate industry, they already skilled. If somebody working in the finance sector, or somebody working in the Java, or somebody working in the testing, they have the skills actually. They have to undergo the certain interviews, they have to undergo certain processes, then only they will get an employee in the corporate industry. At that skill, they can lend to the community. They can lend to the school children. They can lend to the youth. That is the one impact which can be done. The second one, always we as a humans feel, okay, somebody we need mentor. We need somebody who can motivate us and give the skills which they learn in the corporate industry. It may be design thinking skills, problem solving skills, client experience skills, motivate the localized people and getting them together actually. The most important thing was the Abhaya Foundation, Bala sir said, integrating the CSR with the ISR. It's not only, it is an individual social responsibility. When the together happens, whenever the corporate funding, also they'll add a volunteering component, together they can have a major difference actually. That is how the integration. And the fourth, actually, that is how the integration. And the fourth is collaboration. But whom we have to collaborate? The corporate employees has to collaborate with the local bodies. For you to check yourself how to become a guide, as we have the most opportunities in the community, and we all together has to impact the society. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next leader, the next speaker is a leader at the Social Venture Partnerships, and she is redefining CSR by shifting the focus from philanthropy to creating shared value. She advocates for engaged philanthropy, where businesses integrate social impact into their core strategies for long-term sustainable change. So join me in welcoming the next speaker onto the CSR Summit, Lee Cheruku.
Hello. I know it's been a long day, so I'll try and keep it very short. But thank you, everyone, for giving me this opportunity to talk to you today about a project that has been very close to my heart and which has had some social impact. So about 6 years ago, I moved from the corporate world into the social sector, and I entered a family called Social Venture Partners. Not many are familiar with it, but I would like to take this time to tell you a bit about it. So Social Venture Partners is actually an international organization. It was started in Seattle in 1997 by a group of tech entrepreneurs who became famous and made a lot of money. And then they decided, how do I give back to the society? And that's how Social Venture Partners started. And now it is present in 6 countries with about 3,400 partners in it. In India, it was started in Bangalore in 2012, and now we are present in 8 cities, and Hyderabad being here for more than 10 years now. What do we actually do at Social Venture Partners? It's nothing but a group of people like me who've come together to engage in philanthropy. What do you mean by engage philanthropy here is that you go beyond writing your checks. We give you time, our expertise, and our network, and we support very young, high-potential NGOs and catalyze their growth. So, I mean, it's almost like incubating NGOs with us, right? We have a lot of expertise in our partner network. In India, we are more than 700 people coming from various backgrounds. We have industrialists, academicians, experts in marketing, business, and stuff like that. And in India, with 700 partners, we have been helping more than 100 NGOs incubate with us. And usually it's in a multi-year engagement. We engage with an NGO for at least 3 to 5 years to enable their growth. And what we adopt at SVP is a model called venture philanthropy. What do I mean by venture philanthropy? It's nothing but this model combines the practices of for-profit ventures as well as what are the best practices that happen in a philanthropic organization. So through the funding that we provide, as well as the capacity building, if you look at here, this year, our 764 partners gave 50,000 hours of coaching and mentorship to our NGOs. What that actually enables on the ground is it helps them grow, multiply not only in size, but also the impact that they bring on the ground with their beneficiaries is multi-level. So today, I would like to take a few minutes to actually showcase through this project called Jeevan Jyoti to show how venture philanthropy actually works at SVP. So what is the Jeevan Jyoti project? So our goal here was to empower women in sex work, those communities to efficiently and sustainably build alternate livelihoods. And that too, do it at a scale. So that sustainably and at scale was the motto here. How many of you think sex work is legal in India? It is? Yes, sex work is a legal profession. But there are several aspects that are associated with this profession, such as soliciting, is heavily criminalized. So these women workers face a lot of discrimination in the society and hence have become kind of like a silent community who are very scared to raise their voice, so that they might face more stigma or they might be abused further in the society. So they end up being silent. SVP's first interaction with this community started during the COVID times, actually. Swasti, an organization based out of Bangalore, reached out to SVP, and they reached out for funds, mostly to provide food, medical kits, and later on with even vaccines. But once our engagement during the COVID period was done, we had really built a very nice relationship with this community, and they started thinking about alternate livelihoods. Why? Because if you think about the COVID times, the entire profession of sex work was wiped out. Their livelihoods were pretty much nil at that time. So that's when they started realizing that alternate livelihoods is something that they should explore. So this project actually was born out of their interest and their need. Now, who are the partners in this engagement? As I mentioned, SVP is there. We provided some seed funding to this project. We also enabled CSR funding later on in this multi-year engagement. HD Works came in with their CSR. And what we also do is our partners provide the guidance to the CBOs at the ground as well as Swasti, the NGO. Swasti, as I mentioned, is an NGO that is placed works out of Bangalore. And what they've done is they've been working with this community for more than 20 years. So they have done a wonderful job of creating very small regional level bodies, similar to your self-help groups. But these are called the community-based organizations. And these organizations now are all there on a platform that is hosted by Swasti called Taras. So this platform helps them, raise their voices here regarding their issues. So Swasti in this project was kind of mentoring the sex work community. Now coming to you've heard this talk before when Vaijayanti was talking. So what are these community-based organizations? These are nothing but groups of women who have formed these local bodies, and they are very strong. My first interaction with the board of these was like amazing. Amazingly strong leadership among these women. My first interaction was with 9 of them representing 9 different wards of a district. So they are very self-sustaining in terms of leadership. They're also a very independent financial entity, meaning that we can actually fund them directly too. And they are the ones who are responsible for executing the project of alternate livelihoods on the ground. So what were the options that were picked, for these alternate livelihoods? The first option was individual enterprises. Based on the market research, the community decided that there were 6 models of businesses that they want to adopt. Partners at SVP, along with Swasti and the community business leaders, sat together and created a business plan. They actually created a business plan for 3 years to show, and that's how they enabled the community there. Then based on the surveys done with the community, they mapped these skills to the individuals. And what they did, they handheld the individuals to actually start their enterprise. And the beauty of this project is that the seed funding came from government schemes. Neither SVP nor the CSRs provided seed funding for the enterprises. It was all through the government schemes and through the small loans that are available for the community, actually helping them problem solve on the ground. Now, the other option was called group enterprises. Not every woman was comfortable running their own business, so they were very comfortable doing a group enterprise. And for them, we were looking for opportunities, and one such opportunity came up from the ground. They were running kirana stores, food centers, vegetable and fruit vending, and there was this opportunity to start a wholesale shop in the community-based organization itself. So they started a wholesale shop, which was providing the material to their own community members. Now it was a win-win situation. The community members were getting resources at a reduced price and at good quality. And the community-based organization was actually making money, which they can use it for their own operations and for funding further programs. So this was the key to sustainability for us. So what actually happened? A lot of animation it looks like on this slide. I'm just going to go forward. So in phase 1 of the project, we started this in 2 districts, one in Warangal and one in Rajahmundry. So districts, one in Warangal and one in Rajahmundry. So each CBO has approximately 200 women of membership. So that's 4,000 women that we bought in the first year. So with the no seed capital, within the first year, 210 women started their own enterprises, and they started making a profit about 10,000 per month. Then in the phase 2 of this project, we added in more CBOs, like, surrounding to Warangal. We added in more CBOs, like, surrounding to Warangal and to Rajahmundry. And 560 women started their own enterprises in the second year. And this year, the profits, based on some of the measures that were put in together, the profits increased to 20K per month. This year was also the time when we started this group enterprises, right, at every CBO. Would you believe that in the first year, they actually had a turnover of 1 crore? They were turning over 1 crore in every CBO. They started making 60K profit every month. We need to add on more CBOs into this cluster, right? So we are thinking about something called a cluster model, where we'll group one group enterprise with several of these individual enterprises in a region, and that becomes a very self-sustaining kind of an ecosystem for them. The idea here is that in a picture, SVP should be out of the picture, and this should be like a self-sustainable model, right? So this is the scope of the future, right? This is, okay, I'm going to try again with the animation. You want to help me with the animation here? Okay, these are the clusters that we are currently working with. Srikakulam, Warangal. They are 25 such CBOs they are servicing 42,000 women. So I think the ask here from all of us is, let's join the journey, because SVP is there providing the mentorship. So in summary, okay. You want to move to the next slide?
And especially this government is doing a maximum in horticulture, like palm oil, subsidy also going. So CSR companies and CSR, even NGOs also think growth will come slowly. Because most of the CSR constructing and the cities only. So just now we seen that, because education especially, science laboratories are not there after 8th Jilla Parishad schools. Most of the schools are having buildings, but recently the government has sanctioned 7,000 crores for establishing the drinking water and the toilets for girls' schools. But after 6th or 7th, there is no library schools, exhibition schools are there. Earlier, there are each college, one exhibition society there, or some science laboratory will be there. Science laboratory, if you see the practicality of the students, you see the magnetism is there. Without seeing magnetism, only groups are there. Recently, the government on International Women's Day, the government announced for each group, one bus will be given for lease. Whatever the amount they earned, they given to the group only. Like that, 220 buses are taken by RTC, Telangana RTC, and hand out to the Mahila groups. Nearly 66 lakh people are there. And 10 crores for each group they are given. And solar, solar now power plants are very costly. 1,000 megawatts are they allotted to the women welfare groups only. Like that, 500 rupees, everything, okay, that's a welfare schemes. We should not attach with the CSR. But once rural economy should be improved, in that CSR will play, if they play a good role, I think our country and state will be given the economically very good. Recently, Telangana Honorable Chief Minister Revanth Reddy been to the economic forum, the Davos. Almost all chief ministers have been to the Davos. But 1.79 thousand crores been brought by the Telangana government to spend in Telangana state only. Nearly it creates 50,000 jobs for poor people or Telangana people only. And world highest 5 companies, Facebook and Google, Amazon, Desktop, Apple, almost all Wipro, all Infosys, almost all their activities are started in Hyderabad after America only. So this is Hyderabad is a hub for IT. Hyderabad is a hub for pharma. Hyderabad going to establish nearly 2,000 crores, 2,000 acres for the establishment of the pharma. So naturally, Skill University also they started. Under Skill University, KL Mahendra, who is industrially famous, he became a vice chancellor for that Skill University. One sports institute also started by the government. So in addition to the government activities, I request the NGOs and the CSR major companies to look into this, because already you are spending 50,000 crores so far, and this time also 1.47 crores you spent during this year. Well and good. And you are making bridge between the government and social activities. But kindly concentrate on the rural side, rural economic side, rural farmer side, and rural Mahila side, women's side. This is my appeal on behalf of the government, and definitely we'll cooperate, government are definitely cooperate all NGOs, those who are residing here, and depend upon the CSR grants, and through CM and through Honorable Minister Sridhar Babu, we convey these minutes of the meeting, and we convey whatever the deliberations happen here, we'll convey to them. We'll see, I think in the month of October, they're going to do one big summit. I will see that. Honorable Minister IT and Industry should come, and along with the Secretary. Even we try to attend the Honorable Chief Minister also to attend this company, to attend the meeting. I really congratulate all the organs once again. After 17 times, first time they are conducting this meeting in Telangana. Thank you, and one and all.
Thank you, sir. And now we move on to the last session of awards. And I request sir to stay back and give away the awards. We have few awards, sir, to be given away. So the category of Water Conservation Initiative, the award winner is Mr. Bala Saida Babu, who is a CSR leader at Bisleri International